You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network. Welcome to Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, the U.S. News and World Report's #1 engineering school in the United States that offers a master's as its highest degree for 20 consecutive years. Rose-Hulman, where you come to find yourself. Find yourself through personal growth, through personal development, through study, research, and invention. Rose-Hulman, your home for academic and athletic excellence. You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
Good afternoon and welcome to Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, where this afternoon, we're gladly bringing you the Women's Track and Field Championships, the indoor championships here from Rose-Hulman. Walter Gordon and Troy Fears bringing you the action this afternoon, Troy. It's an exciting day here in the conference. We have all of our institutions here vying for the #1 spot, both as a team and individuals, and this will be a lot of good action today.
Well, it really should be, and it's a good thing that we are indoors.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, no fans allowed today or tomorrow. Today is obviously the women's championship for the conference. Starts right here momentarily at 1 o'clock with the 5,000 meter run. There are some field events that are going on right now as well. The weight throw, the high jump, long jump, and pole vault. You'll kind of see those going on in the middle of the track. Pole vault is on the outside of the track, so you'll occasionally see them as well. But it's an all-day event, Walt, and it's run very, very smoothly. And we start at 1 o'clock, and the presentation of awards and championships should be about 5 o'clock, and we'll keep everyone posted throughout the way as we go. They do a fabulous job hosting here at Rose-Hulman, as we've become accustomed to in any sport that they do. But it's a fantastic facility with top-notch, obviously, coaches and volunteers that are here today to help, and members of the HCAC conference that are here are also top-notch, and just a fun group to work with. And it's just great for these student athletes to be able to have a day like today. Again, no fans allowed, but really that's about the only difference from last year. We covered this event, and it was hosted here at Rose-Hulman, and nice job. It's just a few less people around. You see on your screen right now on the left side, last year in that gray area would have been various teams, parents, friends, family, kind of all huddled up there along the track, but not this year. But hopefully they're all home, warm in their houses, watching us at the Indiana Sports Network as we try to provide you the best coverage that we possibly can of the 2021 Heartland Conference Championship. We got the women's today, and then men's, same schedule tomorrow. Kicks off at 1 o'clock, and we'll wrap up about 5 o'clock. So should be 2 full fun days of some indoor track and field. And this is the only indoor event that we get to cover,
right?
But it's fun. I like indoor track.
I do too.
It's you get a little more energy, I think, than indoors than you do. It's a different energy than what you would get in a spring or summer outdoor event. So this is, again, just the fact that the conference has allowed them to be able to compete, it says a lot. And these student athletes and these teams have done everything they can to follow protocols and stay safe and stay healthy. And you'll see almost everyone, if not everyone, is masked up today unless they're competing. But even if they're competing, such as like hammer throw that's just going on right now, is those people are masked, or those athletes are masked, and the high jump is masked as well. So I think you'll see a little bit of both as far as the athletes are concerned, being either masked or unmasked. But looking for a full day full of, again, fun and excitement on the track.
You know, we have a nice perch, as kind of like we do for basketball or volleyball. We have or I guess you could say, our balcony perch that we have, and the same thing here for track and field. This event today, we have a bird's eye view, if you will, and we'll give you all the different shots and angles. We have several cameras, as we normally do here at the Indiana Sports Network, and bring you different events, different angles, and so there'll be a lot of action. There'll be multiple events going on at one time, and so we'll try to bring you all that and keep you abreast of exactly what's going on.
Yeah, another nice thing that they do here at Rose is obviously provide nice internet, and they'll provide, you can hear right now, the championship PA announcer who will announce all of the events as they're going on.
I hope you appreciate what we're doing. There's only 7 conferences in the United States that are going to be conducting Division III Indoor Track and Field Championships. We are the first ones today to accomplish that goal. So hats off to all of you through this very difficult time, and we're very proud of the fact that we're doing that. A couple of notes now. We have a schedule. We will stay on schedule. We will not move ahead in any way, shape, or form. We want you to get some proper rest between events. So if you are scheduled to run at a certain time, chances are that's going to be very accurate. There may be a delay of 10 or 15 minutes, but that's only for you, so we get the rest we need. Clergy, today you know that we don't have hip numbers, so please, if you're running the 60 or the 60-meter hurdle, the clerk will put you in your lane assignment at the starting line of the 60 and 60-meter hurdles. All other running events, you will be clerked at the stirrup end of the track. That's down by the scoreboard, and our clerks do an outstanding job, and they'll put you in your lane for your assignment at that time. But also note that our Commissioner, Jay Jones, and his staff have purchased beautiful medals now this year for our top 3 in every event. We're going to present those immediately after each event. So if you finish at the top of your event, stick around the finish line there, or your field event officials will escort you over, and we're going to give you your medal right after that event. Our outstanding Congressman Mike Mason and his staff at CommUnMD.net, they will get the results to us ASAP, and we hope to accomplish that throughout the afternoon as well. So we have a great afternoon at track and field. We appreciate all of you being here. And at this time, if you would please all stand, face the American flag for the playing of our national anthem.
We'll step aside quickly for a commercial break.
Oh, heaven.
So you think chicken is heaven?
Oh my gosh, it's yes. I love that the bun's toasted and the chicken's cooked to the crisp. It is perfect. Chicken slinger.
Heaven in my mouth.
So what do we do before we cross the street?
We look for ways for cars.
No cars. All right, let's go.
But Daddy, why do you have to hold my hand?
To keep you safe. That's why we look for cars. I'm watching out for danger to keep you safe.
Daddy, who watches out for you?
Protect your family and loved ones with Micah Bonomo.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the
like
star.
the star of it. And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese.
And cheese is like the hype man. Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap. I got you.
Yeah.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
Patty,
100%.
Patty, Patty. The flavor, the way they cook it, the way they season it, the way that it's made. Queso burger.
H&R Block is your tax preparation service experts, no matter how you file. Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block.
And we're back at Rose-Hulman as we had some instructions from the PA announcer, some announcements, and it's going to be a fine day today. And one of the things you mentioned that I believe you said there's only 7 conferences that are doing indoor track and field championships, and we are the very first of the season.
Correct.
That's outstanding, and which is a testament to the commissioner, his staff, the conference. Have done a fantastic job.
Yeah, and that you can guarantee that all 6 other conferences are having their eyes on what happens here today, and to see how it's done, and again, how it's done well and safely with the safety of the student athletes first and foremost. And so, yeah, kudos to the HCAC for, again, putting the student athletes first and then making it happen. And I don't think everyone realizes, you know, how much Rose-Hulman has to put into it as well, as far as changing, you know, everything that they need to do, the distance barriers, the, you know, the safety protocols, the hand sanitizer, which is everywhere in this building. Yeah. You know, those types of things, what, you know, the host school has to do in order to put on a championship during a pandemic, you know.
And the same staff that here at Rose that is working this event in conjunction with the conference, this is the same staff that you see during, you know, home volleyball games, basketball games, and the like. So there's not, you know, it's not a separate staff for, you know, for track and field specifically.
Right.
It's all hands on deck. We get together, we make it happen.
When you get into maybe Division I, you're going to have different sports, obviously. But at this level, Division III, you are for sure kind of all on the same ship, so to speak, and you got to make it happen to go in the right direction. And yeah, we were here late last night with basketball, men's and women's basketball, and we didn't get here as early as all the people that are here today, but same people that were here last night are here again today, and they'll be here again tomorrow for the men's championship as well.
A big hats off to Kevin Lanke and his staff. All the media packets and things of that nature gets together and gives us all the information that we need. It's just a fantastic endeavor, and we thank him for all of his efforts along with his staff. And you know, nobody can do this by themselves. Very first event that is lining up as far as on the track right now. The young lady is getting together with a 5,000 meter run.
Yeah, this is obviously one of the longer runs of the day, and so they do that first, and it takes about 12 and a half laps around, and we'll see, try to give you the names of the schools competing. Not everybody will compete, but yeah, again, I should say not every school will field a team, but you can see the runners there getting set up. Looks like, and I can't tell from here, Walt, exactly who is all on the track, but we will try to get their names and numbers for you. Another nice thing that Rose-Hulman does and is provide some live stats for each event, either immediately prior or during the event. And it looks like in Lane 1, we've got Kelsey Tyler from Manchester, and I'm just going to read these names. Kara Johnson from Rose-Hulman, Hannah Burbaker from Manchester, Lauren Smith, also from Manchester, Fiona Frost from Manchester, Jania Freewalt from Bluffton, Brianna Medcalf from Hanover, and Leah Anders from Hanover. Those are your 8 individuals competing in the very first event today on the track, and that would be the 5,000 meter run. Again, it's 12 laps, you will see a kind of a countdown of the laps. You may not be able to see it, and we may not be able to see it either, from our location, but right there is where the standard bell is, and they will ring the bell prior to the last lap. And then there's a little whiteboard there that counts down, or have a volunteer, putting 10 laps, 9, 8, so on and so forth. And so this one takes a little while to complete. It'll be about, the winner should finish in that 18-minute mark, somewhere in. Ideally, you would hope to be under 18 minutes, or 19 minutes, so she should be in that 18-minute mark. So that'll be the record that we're going for. And like any, long distance event, you're going to have some that go out quickly, some that kind of pack together, lead the pack, and so as soon as they come around here, we'll be able to tell you. It looks like we got about 4 runners right there, in the front, kind of leading the pace early on in this 5,000-meter run.
Like both of the Hanover runners are right there in the front there, leading the pace.
I was looking for the meet record, but I cannot locate that at the moment. We'll work on trying to get the conference record, obviously the meet record, those type of stats that we can throw at you throughout the day. But again, now you've got pretty much all 8 runners are within just a few paces of each other. Excuse me. And I believe it's Kelsey Tyler of Manchester's kind of leading the pack, and has been leading the pack from the very beginning. She started in lane 1, and she does have the best time for all of these competitors coming into today. Her seed time of 18 minutes and 56 seconds. And now you see the Rose-Hulman runner, Kia Johnson. She came in at the second best seed time at 19:20. And I apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce names as we go along.
I think they know us.
Yeah, I hope you guys know that we try to say all the names and
I got to say that in jest, as there's probably more me than you. I mess up a name maybe a little more than I should, but it's not on purpose, obviously, and so we'll do everything we can to get these names correctly.
As we mentioned earlier, nothing but professionals here today. The Timing MD is a local company that does all of the timing for a lot of cross-country events, and including the NCAA championships out at the Laverne Gibson course, and state championships. Mike Dason and his crew does a great job timing the event, and they have a large scoreboard timing, which is literally right underneath us from our perch here. And we'll show that to you from time to time, especially at the end of the meet or the end of the event. That'll kind of list who's in first, second, third, and the time, that type of stuff. So.
One thing that you just brought up about at the end of the event, each meet, PA announcer did announce that they will hand out the individual medals for first, second, and third at the end of each meet. So they won't wait till the end of the day for those individual medals. They'll do them right after. So
yeah,
that'll be an interesting change this year.
It will be. Yeah, last year, and I'm obviously years prior, they would give out all of those type of awards at the end of the day, but now they're going to do, because of COVID, they're going to do the top 3 finishers, your podium finishers. They will announce it, and each of those 3 will get a medal as soon as the conclusion of the event.
Right.
I've got Commissioner Jim. Good to see you again. Good to see you as well. How are you? Very good.
Come on over here, Commissioner. We'll.
How are you?
Thank you.
I figured this was a good time.
Glad to be joined by the commissioner as we are in progress with the 5,000 meter women's run. The commissioner here for the HCAC, Commissioner Jones, we thank you for coming up to see us. We saw you last year, your first year, as you were coming over to the conference, and to have you up here again, second year in a row, we thank you for joining us for a moment.
Yeah, thank you for letting me spend a tiny bit of time with you, and I'll try not to interrupt everyone watching their daughter in the 5,000 here.
And here we are. I heard the announcement that only, I believe, 7 conferences are hosting this championship in the HCAC. This fine conference is conference number 1 this season. So that's a fantastic feat that we able to do that.
Yeah, I'm joking all day that I have permagrin under my mask because it's been 11 months since we crowned a champion in any sport. Mm-hmm. Friday, March the 13th, basketball had just finished, and that was the last that we were really able to do big events. And so it's been a long road, but honestly, we're thrilled for our students, and wish to those parents watching the broadcast, just want to genuinely say that I wish you could be here with us, and hopefully we can do that again next year, and hopefully we can do that in outdoor season.
Let's back up a little bit to, really 2020 when things kind of went haywire. How did you and your team really, you're talking about the end of basketball season, you have to make some tough decisions. How did you all start that process and to lay the groundwork for what was going to happen during this 2020-21 academic year?
Well, as you see here today with Rose-Hulman, who was not slated to host this event, it's a good example of how I would answer that question, which is that our schools really worked together and said, this school can do X and this school can do Y, and let's figure this out. For us, we were lucky in that all of our people, coaches, student athletes, parents, everyone's focus was, how do we play and play safely and run and have our events? And so with that as our focus, we started pushing towards that. It's been funny as we've gotten started. Then you get all the other stuff that we had purposely put off. And I joked and said there were a lot of decisions that were what I called first whistle decisions. When the very first whistle blows in this conference and we've actually had an event, we'll worry about tiebreakers and how do you handle fans and all these things. And so that's the part that probably we've not been as graceful with, but our job was, let's get our students who have come and really want to compete, let's make sure they can compete. And so I really couldn't be happier with the people in the Heartland Conference. They've just worked together amazingly, and we've not hit a contentious issue throughout, and I just feel really blessed in that way. So
I know it makes a big difference when you look at education. I don't care what type of education it is. The focus should be on the student, and here in the HCAC, you can see as a testament to, as you mentioned, all the institutions working together. That really is the focus of how we can put our student athletes first in a safe environment, but also let them compete.
Yeah, and it really comes down to that in the pandemic was, where is our focus? Is it on student athletes or is it on something else? And so it's been a challenge, but a real positive outcome all the way around, and we really feel safe. That the good news is the science and all the information that the NCAA has provided has made things challenging for NCAA institutions, but it also means I'm really confident that our students are safe and that we're doing everything we can to not spread the virus as we compete in the sports we love.
And of course, one of the biggest, one of the couple of words that we've heard all year long, fluid situation, flexibility. I know from a school and institution, a player perspective, that is the case, and you have to be that. But from a commissioner perspective, in the commissioner's office, trying to really come up with the plan, that had to have been really challenging at points.
Yes and no. Our people have been so gracious to me, and that made a huge difference. I've been here a little over a year, and to be honest, everybody says it must be really hard in your first year, and I'm not sure it hasn't helped us because when you're new, everyone's not frustrated with you for something that happened 5 years ago.
Right.
And so that's been a good thing too. But my personality is normally super organized, very neurotic, and to be honest, all that went out the window about April, and I decided if we're going to get this done, I can't micromanage everything, and we haven't. But our coaches have been just a key to it, and our athletic administrators, and then our athletic trainers. Those are saints in the business right now. They're just killing themselves and honestly doing amazing work.
So we've changed some things around. Obviously, one big one, football. And we played in the spring, so that's a little different up here in the north. So a little different as that starts. And I know Rose-Hulman has her home opener in 2 weeks from today. So that'll be interesting. So change some sports around. Volleyball kind of changed, basketball changed, and so maybe not as many matches, but still able to get the season in. And here we are to championships. Kind of the thought process of, is it kind of the same as we want to have these championships, or was it a tough decision to say, can we actually pull it off?
It was probably crazy to think we'd pull it off, and we're not through yet. But so we normally do 20 sports in the conference, and we do those over 10 months' time. This year we're doing 20 sports in about 5 months' time. Right. So it's definitely crowded in, and I think we have issues at the campus level with field space and trying to get practices in and those kind of things. But ultimately it came back to what is best for our students, and our spring sport athletes in particular, they lost last spring when the wheels fell off for everyone around the country. Our spring was lost, and so what we have done is to prioritize spring throughout this whole thing. And spring athletes, we're trying our best to leave things as normal for them as we can, and then we built around that. So that means soccer's playing out on fields that are a lot more frozen than what they're used to. Right. And the football guys, they'll probably love it, but they're also going to be cold and
a lot less cramping.
Yeah. So, but that was how we did it, is really just leave spring alone as best we can, because they've already lost a full season, and let's see if we can build around it. So.
And then to move forward, when you look at next year, as I know, I'm putting you in a tough position thinking that far ahead, but do we try to stay with the same timelines, or do we push things back? How do we?
Here's what's going to really help us, I think. there's a lot of leagues that didn't push to have much of anything this year, and I think as the pandemic has stayed around socially longer than we thought it would across the country, that leaves them in a tough spot for this spring and then next fall to say really what's a whole lot different. So for us, our school stepped up, made huge commitments with testing and all the things that have to be done. And what that means is as we go into next year, hopefully we're back on our normal timelines, fall sports in the fall, winter in the winter, spring in the spring. That works because we've done it once, but I don't assume that by fall we will have, full crowds in the stand for football and no masking. All that's still going to be with us, I think.
Right.
So,
and you're watching, folks, on your screen, the 5,000 meter women's championship here, as we have Commissioner Jones asking him a few questions. When you look at the way these championships are starting, I know it's got to be very exciting to have. You mentioned the first champion going to crown first champions for the first time in a number of months. It's got to be very exciting for the conference.
Yeah, and I'm thrilled for these ladies, and the young lady there that's out front. If she can hold on, she'll be the first HCAC champion in 11 months.
That's saying a lot,
and that's really neat. It's great for her, but it's even more important for not just our track and field coaches, but all of our coaches, athletic trainers, our SIDs, everybody that's worked hard to make this work. And so I'm really just proud for all those people, and I was a part of it. Part of my job was sometimes just to stay out of the way and let great people do their work.
When you talk about fans, you mentioned that. I know the conference at about maybe less than 2 weeks ago opened things up to institutions to figure out if you can have limited fans. I know some institutions were able to do that. And so I would imagine we had some parents that were pleased to be able to come watch their student athlete maybe once or twice. And so as we look to the future, do you look at what Division III is doing specifically, or what is happening in the NCAA to try to bring your policy together?
Yeah, it's really hard because university campuses each have their own situations. We've still got 2 campuses that are closed to any outside individuals. We've got one campus that doesn't even allow anyone in their campus bubble to attend. So it's tough to I've said we've threaded the needle as best we can, and ultimately we unfortunately haven't been able to make everyone happy with allowing full fans. What's really a challenge, and I understand this, if I'm a parent, I'm as frustrated as can be when I look at these high schools and they're able to have fans, and I totally relate and understand the frustration, and I'm sympathetic. I have 2 sons of my own, and I can't imagine not being able to watch them compete. And so we're trying as hard as we can to push our administrations, presidential leadership, everyone. The sooner we can get more fans safely in, we will do it. But it's the pressures from what we say underneath. The high schools able to do a lot. They're not residential communities like a university, and it's just a big difference. And so it's been a challenge. We've got a lot of awful, nice and graceful parents out in the HCAC that have contacted me and just been tremendously graceful and said, hey, please let us do this. And I appreciate their tone and the attitude they've taken, because it could have been much worse, and I would relate to that too. So
I don't know how much of a chance, and we're going to not keep you all day, I promise. I don't know how much of a chance you get to watch on a national or a world scene as far as sports. I would imagine you didn't see any of this because it was like 3:30 this morning, but the Australian Open Women's Championship was this morning, and they had 50% fan attendance. They had a nice crowd. It kind of seemed normal. When you look at the landscape, people starting to get back, does that give you some hope
It does. I think that'll be the big difference as we look a year from now, is I hope we have our parents back with us. So, yeah, I think so. So this race just coming to an end, and so I'm happy to say I'll go hand out some awards here, but it's been a pleasure to join you.
Pleasure to have you, and sorry to keep you so long, and best of luck in the rest of the season.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
And the 5,000 meter just ended. We kept the commissioner a little bit too long, and I apologize for that. So I forgot that they will hand out medals right away. So apologize for that. But
yeah, and that 5,000 meter obviously just finished, and so we got to get him downstairs so he can hand out some of those awards. And it was a sweep by Manchester in the 5,000 meter. First place was junior Kelsey Tyler with a time of 18:56. Oh, excuse me, a time of 19:25.
The next event on the track will be at 1:30, and that's the women's business medley. So we've still got about 10 minutes here, and we're going to be presenting our first final of the day on the awards podium, and that would be the women's 5,000 meter run. Finishing 8th was Jenna Freewald of Bluffton in 2019. Leah Andrews of Hanover was 7th at 2013. Fiona Frost of Manchester 6th at 2009. Kaya Johnson of Rose-Hulman was 5th at 1943. And finishing 4th was Brianna Metcalf of Hanover at 1938. And now we'll go ahead and present the awards now. Commissioner Jay Jones will present the top 3 awards to our finishers in the women's 5,000 meter run. Finishing in 3rd place, representing Manchester College, Hannah Brubaker at 1930.72. Your runner-up this afternoon, also Manchester, Lauren Smith, 1930.49. And this year's champion, she runs a fine time of 1925.17. She's a junior from Manchester. This year's 5,000 meter run champion is Kelsey Tyler. Congratulations, Manchester.
So Kelsey Tyler, the first champion crowned in this conference in 11 months. You see the Manchester sweep of first, second, and third place there.
Yeah, good look of all your podium winners. Kelsey Tyler, Lauren Smith, and Hannah Burbaker, all from Manchester. So that completes the first event, the 5,000 meter run. And as you can hear, we'll start about 7 minutes at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, the distance medley relay. And Walt, you know, you get asked this a lot in track and field is, okay, we're done. Why can't we start the next event, you know, right now? Why do we have to wait till 1:30? And they will stay on time throughout the event. And the reason is you have multiple athletes competing in multiple events. And so you need, those athletes need time to rest and prepare for the next event. And so that's why they will stay on a time schedule. They will not veer off of that time schedule, and it is due solely to the athletes and the fact that they could, and many do, compete in different events. And so that's the first event of the day. As you heard the PA announcer tell you, it was a Manchester sweep there. So a good sign for Manchester to come out on top there and to sweep with top 3 positions as far as the overall team rankings. With the first event scored, obviously they are in first. Hanover is in second, Rose-Hulman is third, and Bluffton is fourth. Again, right now, just after that very first event. Up next at 1:30, we will have the women's distance relay. And we should have 7 different schools, I believe, coming up in that event, as we see some high jump going on and pole vault right there. it's tough to tell for us when, as to how many times, where we're at as far as the pole vault and high jump is concerned. And so we will try to keep you informed, but we don't necessarily know we know who's who, but we don't know how many times they've attempted the height, that type of stuff. So
the one detraction from our perch is right here is that we're right, like you mentioned earlier, right on top of the scoreboard, or right above it. I should not exactly on top of it, but we're right above the scoreboard. So there's great information that's given that we can't necessarily see. But hopefully from time to time, maybe be able to get a camera shot of that.
Yeah, and the PA announcer from time to time will mention some things as well. But
minutes now away from the start of our second track final this afternoon. That's the women's distance medley. And this year we have 7 schools represented: Anderson, Franklin, Rose-Hulman, Bluffton, Transylvania, Manchester, and Hanover. And once again, those ladies will be towing the starting line here in about 3 minutes. Need the track cleared, please.
so you heard the PA announcer ask for the track to be cleared as we get ready for the women distance medley relay. We have 7 teams competing: Anderson, Franklin, Rose-Hulman, Bluffton, Transylvania, Manchester, and Hanover.
It's always fun when you have so many teams competing in an event. So.
Yeah, and so just to start out with, we've got Anderson in lane 1. Franklin is in lane 2. Rose-Hulman is in lane 3. Bluffton is in 4. Transylvania is in 5. Manchester 6, and Hanover 7, lane 7, which is kind of lane 6. Because there are not 7 lanes, so now you saw the participants remove their mask, throw them to the side. Again, as they're participating, they will not be wearing a mask as they're running.
Because it is safety first.
That's right.
Definitely would not be safe to do a distance medley with a mask on.
It would not be pleasant, yeah, that's for sure.
The distance medley a little different than your standard distance run. You have a few different sizes of distance that are run, which makes it, a medley. You have a 1,200 meter leg, a 400 meter leg, an 800 meter leg, and then you complete with a 1,600 meter leg. That being 3, 1, 2, and 4 laps, respectively, for each leg. So batons will be passed between each leg, which makes it a relay.
You can see Franklin runner Angela Gregory out front. Kind of leading this first medley part of the relay. And
then right behind her is Rose-Hulman.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's Miss Hunter from Rose-Hulman. It's hard to tell for us folks with these relays who's who, and they kind of are listed by teams, obviously. because you win as a team in the relays, and we don't necessarily know the exact numbers of each of the participants in the relays, so we'll do our best to get those to you, but sometimes it's a little confusing on our end.
Going into the third lap here, to be the final lap of the first leg.
You can see Franklin still pulling out a substantial lead, and Rose-Hulman and Anderson and Hanover right there, kind of all battling for second place at the moment.
Obviously, I was wrong about the the legs, the length of the legs. So
that's all right. In the indoor, it's always a little different than what you might expect. Obviously, the size of the track is smaller than an outdoor track normally. So now we got the switch over, and you got Franklin coming up first, and then I think that's Bluffton here for the second place. Anderson being third, and Rose-Hulman at fourth.
And we want to apologize to you folks. We normally like to provide you with as many names as possible as we go along, but the numbers that the ladies have that they're wearing, their event in the number that they're wearing, we don't have a list of that to equate to who it is. Obviously, for a medley such as this, each team has multiple runners.
Correct.
So we don't have a list of the numbers to say number 71 is Jane Doe, et cetera, et cetera. So we want to apologize for that. And so we'll try to piece things as much as we can, especially for these medleys where you have, or these relays where you have multiple, per team. And some of the other ones where you one per team and there's only one team per school, then that'll be a little easier for us. But we'll do the best we can as we go along.
Yeah, and we'll see if we can't, throughout the day, get a list of, again, the participants by their number, so we can pass that along to you as the day moves forward. So we're in the second leg of the women's distance medley. And I believe, Walton, I could be wrong on this, but I was thinking the conference record is 12 minutes and 54 seconds. Set back in 2012 by Bluffton. Now the runners have kind of evenly split themselves up all over the track. It will be tough to tell here in a minute, but or at least it's tough to tell at the moment who's in first, second, third, those types of things. But so Manchester is currently leading. And they're getting ready for the third handoff here, I believe, the end of this lap. Or Franklin, not Manchester. Yes, I apologize. So Franklin has a substantial lead at the moment. Here comes the handoff for the third leg of the women's distance medley. So the third leg of the Franklin runner right there, number 48. Has at least a half a lap, if not 3/4 of a lap lead over second place, Rose-Hulman, who just now had the handoff for their third leg. And then Anderson just now getting theirs as well. And Bluffton, you can see that. They're in fourth place. And Franklin is almost lapped their fourth place opponent. They've
some communication issues here as for the baton toss there with the Manchester. You got to be ready. You only have a small zone with which to pass that baton.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't go too far.
No, you can't. So. The officials obviously will penalize you for that.
Right. If the next contestant is not there, you just got to wait. And unfortunately, that happen there. But sometimes you have those small mistakes.
Now you can see Franklin, the clear favor. All three of their runners at this point have run very strong, consistent laps.
Franklin is just doing an outstanding job here on this event, holding their lead and then expanding upon it with each lap that is made. So.
Yeah, they have again a clear, probably 3/4 of the track length lead at the moment. We should have one more runner from each school when they make the final handoff. To me, Walt, track and field has always been like an organized chaos.
Yes.
Because there's
That's a great way to put it.
So many different things happening.
Right.
You got the long jump, pole vault, and the weight throw, and everything else going on at the same time. You got this distance medley. There's people all over the place, and you really have to be careful and keep the track clear.
Right.
Because you have runners, and obviously like you see Franklin there on your screen, and they're so far ahead that they've lapped other girls. And if you're a spectator, you may think, oh, well, there goes Franklin, they're winning, I can cross the track now. But then a few seconds later, you got other girls who are still on the track participating.
You know, in the back, you can see other athletes warming up as the ladies go by. You have some hurdlers that are trying to get warmed up for an event in a section of the track. And so you mentioned you have to keep the track clear and be careful. But once they get going, you know, some others that are going to try to warm up and get ready. As you actually have the 60-meter hurdles coming up next, a semifinal of the 60-meter hurdle. So where you have some individuals on the track getting ready for that.
Yeah, and they'll be in the kind of the far lanes on these, especially long distance runs. Obviously, you kind of, everyone stays in that first lane after they get started.
Right.
So that does allow for the outside lanes to be used for warm-ups. And
you know, one thing we mentioned is that, you know, we don't have any fans, but for these, especially for these relays, as you hear the final lap bell being rung. But you have the teams that really spurring each other on. Obviously, you have the coach, and then you have the other contestants from the like the relay team. Franklin doing a great job, making a lot of noise every time a runner goes by. The rest of the team is sitting there applauding and providing encouragements. You also have other teams, not just the first place team, as Franklin getting ready to cross the finish line, but you have other teams that are, everybody's vying for points. Just because you don't finish first doesn't mean you don't get points, and so you want to get the most amount of points possible by finishing as close to the top as possible. So these other spots are very important, and they don't have the composite. It all goes to the composite, to the total that'll be running as the day goes on. So there's a lot of noise that you hear on the track right now. More noise now than you've heard at any point, I think.
Yeah, exactly. As we come to a close here, you saw Bluffton and Rose-Hulman finish up.
Right. The ladies from Bluffton exuberance as they finish there. Seeing some high fives from the Anderson team.
And as soon as they display the results, which they won't do until all competitors are done with this event, we will obviously pass along those, and then you'll hear the PA announcer, which unfortunately, due to COVID, we are unable to connect our microphones with the PA announcer this year.
Right.
So you won't be able to hear him as clearly.
2, 3, now we're going to give you your medals here as soon as this race concludes. Watch.
But as soon as it concludes, you will see volunteers getting the track ready for the 60-meter hurdle.
Right.
And we will have 2 heats in that 60-meter dash prelim.
Thank you. No, you're fine. I apologize for that. Thank you. That was a good name. That has the names of the good awards. We'll talk about that. That has the good numbers. Perfect.
Again, due to COVID, we won't be able to patch into the PA announcer, but hopefully you can hear him as they pronounce the awards for the distance medley.
In 4th place, Rose-Hulman. Finishing in 3rd on the medal stand now, the team from Bluffton, Brownrigg, Barnes, Dixon, and Philbin. Young ladies at 14:06.14. Your runner-ups this afternoon.
screen. A great picture there of the champion Franklin, the runner-up Anderson, and third place Bluffton. I talked about Bluffton making a lot of noise when they cross the line, and folks, you see why. They clinched third place in that, and they maximized the points that they could get there. So congratulations to those ladies as they finished the distance medley relay.
Okay, we're on schedule now, 1:45 for the 60-meter hurdle semifinals. Need to check in, get your block set. We have got 2 heats of this. The heat winner and the next 6 times advance to the final later this afternoon. So we got 2 heats of the women's 60-meter hurdles. Let's get those set on the black marks, please. One whole shot.
Those 60-meter hurdles up next, Troy.
Yeah, we've got two heats, 2 preliminary heats, as they are getting the track ready now. So we got about, it looks like 15, maybe 16 runners, maybe not. Looks like maybe 12 total, and then the top 6 will advance. The top 6 out of these 2 preliminary heats will advance to the finals here later on this afternoon. So this is the 60-meter hurdle, and then following this event will be the 60-meter dash, which is always a fun. And then after that will be the hurdle finals for the 60 meters. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I believe, obviously this is heat 1, and we have Josie Lyons from Franklin competing. Nosy Igahan from Rose-Hulman's competing in this event. Well, Ashley Kolsterman from Mount St. Joe's, Haley Carrier from Mount St. Joe, Sophie Bauer from Rose, Elizabeth Russell from Manchester, and Aliyah Craig from Hanover. Nosiah Igihorn from Rose-Hulman comes in at the top seed for this event out of all the participants, both in Heat 1 and in Heat 2, with the only participant under 10 seconds. She's been clocked at 9.60 in this 60-meter hurdle event. So they're getting their final instructions, and you can see some pole vaulting and high jump going on. So Igihan is in lane 2 there on your right. Second one. And we know her from basketball, Walt, but she is an excellent track and field participant. Did not play basketball this year, but is excelling in, I think, 3 different events. And wow, she is
very comfortable.
Clearly wins that preliminary heat.
Very comfortable on that heat, Troy.
Yes, was, like I said, she's the only one that was anywhere under 10 seconds. And now there will be another heat for the 60-meter hurdles. Again, the top 6 times advance to the finals. We've got Amanda Church from Bluffton competing in this, Alexis Gerke from Hanover, and Elias Husband Flores from Earlham, Shanique Lawrence from Defiance, Keziah Melham from Manchester, Brooke Bowens from Manchester, and J.N.A. Johnson from Franklin. I'm going to, again, apologize again if I mess up those names.
Hurdles is over. Just leave the hurdles set at that height and set them off the track. Put them right by the line, the black line, 8 in a stack. We use those later in the afternoon, the same position.
Fastest time in this heat. Let's see, it belongs to Alexis Gerke of Hanover with a time of 10.68 seconds.
And Osiah ran that first heat wall in 9.61. Followed by Elia Craig from Hanover at 10.67, and Elizabeth Russell from Manchester at 10.88. Those are your top 3 out of that first heat, but again, it goes, the top 6 out of both heats will advance to the finals. And again, we're getting ready for Heat 2 of the women's 600-meter hurdles. And they're going to be coming right at you, folks. Just nice part about our perch wall is we are right at the end of the track.
Well, that's a great finish there in lane 3. There, Gerke.
Gerke from Hanover. Yeah, she did a great job of pulling away there at the end. We'll wait for the official time results before we pass those along to you. Watch a little more pole vault.
Yeah. Now they're clearing the track there for the next event.
Yeah, the next event will be the 60-meter dash semifinals. Again, coming up at approximately 2 o'clock, or I should say at 2 o'clock, so about 7 minutes from now.
Ladies, you have 7 minutes. Set your blocks. Go ahead and start your warm-up there. We've got 7 minutes until the start of the 60-meter semifinal.
So you heard the PA announcer tell you we got 7 minutes until we get to that 60-meter run.
In case you missed it, the 5,000-meter run was won by Kelsey Tyler of Manchester. Manchester swept that event. In second place was Lauren Smith. In third place, Hannah Brubaker. So Manchester with a sweep of the 5,000-meter run. The first champion, Kelsey Tyler, won the first championship to be awarded in the conference. And Commissioner Jones mentioned 11 months. That's a momentous, that's something to be proud of.
Well, it's hard to believe, you know, that we were doing this 11 months ago. Or, yeah, it really is. And it's been that long since there was a conference champion.
And we will get the lane assignments here in a couple of minutes for those. Once again, everything is being posted at the end of the skirt on the bulletin board. You can also find all the results, live stats, on timingmd.net. Timingmd.net, live stats.
So I'm sure if you are watching us at home, you got to us from a website of one of these participating schools, and I'm assuming they have the link for the stats
right
along with the link for this video, so hopefully you can toggle between the two and see the results of. If not, it's at timingmd.net. And so that is exactly what we're able to see. Walt and folks at home can see the same thing. And you'll see that they just posted the final for Heat 2 in the 60-meter hurdles. Alexis Gerke, the junior from Hanover, was at 10:45. Janae Johnson from Franklin was at 10:80. The top two there. And so you heard the announcer say, and we will, who the final 6 runners are that are in the finals for that 400-meter hurdle. But up next at 2 o'clock, in about 4 minutes, we've got the women's 60-meter dash prelims. We have 2 heats of those as well, and it looks like each heat will have 7 runners. So you heard the announcer, there are 2, pole vault participants remaining, and they're both from Rose-Hulman, Brooke Schrader and Claire Perkins. Not exactly sure the height that they are doing. And then we have some participants from Rose-Hulman and others here at the high jump that you see currently. Judges and officials are checking their marks and prior to the next participant going here in the high jump. Nice. Cleared that pole vault attempt. And that is, I believe, Brooke Schrader from Rose-Hulman. I could be wrong. Now we're getting ready at the end of the track for the 60-meter dash, Heat 1. Runners are on their mark. We've got Elizabeth Russell from Manchester, Brittany App from Franklin, Katrina Augustin from Rose, Madeline Schaefer from Bluffton, Karen Foles from Rose, Zeeley Martin from Hanover, and Lewis from Mount St. Joe's. They were moving there, Walt. Man, goodness.
I'm telling you.
I believe that was Brittany App from Franklin. You can see they're looking at the scoreboard, which is right underneath us.
What was that lane 7?
Oh, Zylia Martin from Hanover.
Yeah, I think
Yes, I think you are correct.
Yeah, I apologize. Having trouble with staying on the internet here.
Yeah, I've been kicked off a couple times myself.
You know, a little bit of a struggle this afternoon with that, but.
Zelia, and I hope I'm saying that right, Martin from Hanover came in with the fastest time of 8 seconds flat. And I believe she won that heat.
Once again, we have Brooke Schroeder in. Claire still in. Okay. So we still have two competitors left, both Rose-Hulman young ladies, Brooke Schroeder, senior, and also junior Claire Perkins at 9 3/4.
Yeah, Walt, I've been kicked off the internet as well.
Yeah, hard to give results when you don't have access, but we'll do the best we can here.
We will.
We did hear that the pole vaulters, the two Rose-Hulman contestants that are left, is just shade under 10 feet.
Yeah, that's impressive.
9 3/4, I believe, is what I heard.
Nice. Again, another nice pole vault attempt.
At the same time now, the second heat of the 600 meter dash on their marks. That
look like
Rose-Hulman there.
Yeah.
In lane
Edikite Aladupu from Rose. I'm sure I really butchered that name, but I apologize. But she was in the center. And then Krista Franklin from Anderson and Lisa Maria Marcoux from Defiance were all right there, neck and neck. Again, that was heat 2 of the prelims for the 60-meter dash.
Yeah, Adekute Oladapupu. She actually, I think, if I remember correctly, played volleyball for a couple of years as well, and then now is obviously focusing on track and field. I do remember her playing volleyball, maybe 1 or 2 seasons ago. So that's where I learned to pronounce her name. That's what I'm saying.
I was going to say, you were pretty impressive with that name.
You know, it is a volleyball. You tend to say people's names a lot, don't you?
Saw some long jump getting started. Zelia Martin, who literally just ran the 60 meters, ran over to the long jump and completed an attempt there. This is Caitlin Remner from Bluffton. So her attempt counted. Well, you saw with that white flag that she...
Definitely a different type of sand than what you see on a golf course, Roy.
Yes.
Could you imagine trying to chip out of that?
My ball would find it. There's no doubt about that. But, so Rose-Hulman competitor. I wouldn't mind being on a beach, though, this week with that, with some sand.
That would be nice. Warmer weather.
Ladies, here are the finals of the women's high jump.
It was Madeline Schaefer from Bluffton.
Josie Lyons at 4.2 1/4. Beer Johnson was fifth at Transylvania at 4.4 1/4. Victoria Baber of Anderson was fourth at 4.6 1/4. Now here are your top three. On the awards podium, finishing third was Kendall Gallagher of Manchester, 4.10 1/4. In second place, Rose-Hulman Jr. Dara Smith at 4.10 1/4.
There's some awards being passed out at the podium.
Congratulations, Noza, winner of the women's high jump this afternoon.
So yeah, Noza Igihan from Rose-Hulman capturing the high jump and getting the award right now. Again, they're very quick on this. We just saw her jumping not 5 minutes ago, but those, as we again saw her do the 60-meter hurdles, and then also competing in the high jump. She wins the high jump for Rose-Hulman, and she was at, I believe, 5'2" and a half. Dara Smith from Rose, a junior, also finished second at a height of 4'10" and a quarter. And Kendall Garinger from Manchester finished third in the women's high jump with a height of 5'10" and a quarter as well. The weight throw, which we've not seen much of on your screen, is going on as well. That's always fun to watch. 84 is Adele Stanko from Manchester, just completed that long jump attempt.
And guess who? In the long jump.
Yeah. Nosy with another beautiful. Again, we can't tell the distance from where we're at, but it looks like appear to be the farthest one that I've seen.
Yeah, she kind of shook her head afterwards, like she wasn't happy with it as well.
This is Madison from Earlham. Madison Holzkamp, sophomore. Her long jump attempt. jumped. I could see the space between the white line and her foot, so jumped a little early. Sure, she's not thrilled with that attempt. Next we have Zelia Martin again with, I believe it's her second attempt from Hanover. Sophomore.
And
Also
just won the heat. Of
I was going to say, yeah. Also competing in multiple events today. Nice form and nice distance for Zelia.
You know, for the judges, it cannot be easy to mark the spot. You know?
No, it is.
Like, I mean, because you have a half of you got your person's lower half going into the sand, and to get the exact spot, boy, that's got to be tough.
It does, and I, believe it's obviously the first entry point into the sand. So whether that be your feet or your hind end, but you can see the official on the left there marks it right where that sand breaks. That's the official distance, and then there's a machine mechanism to the left of the track run that calculates the distance from where the white board is, where that gentleman right there in the hat. So the official distance is from the end of that white board right there where the cones are to, again, the first speck of sand, so to speak, that goes down. And there's a laser pointer. You can kind of see it there on the left. It gives the exact distance. We don't need a tape measure here, Walt.
No, we don't.
We don't pull out one of those. There, yes. There's a look at obviously the laser and then the computer that tabulates everything instantly. And that's how we're getting these results as quickly as we are. And their girls are getting up to that medal stand as quickly as they have here. So again, our next track event on the track is not until 2:30, and that's the 4x200 meter relay. And as I mentioned earlier, just missed the pole vault attempt. But as I mentioned earlier, they will not speed up the events.
Right.
They will stay on time because you have so many athletes that do multiple events. They need time to rest between events. Nice attempt. And the timing is, that's all established by NCAA. It's not a Rose-Hulman thing or even a Heartland Conference. There are specific time delays that you have to have between events. So you got to be here for the long haul. If you're a fan of track and field, it's an all-day experience.
Oladipo with the jump there.
Yeah, nice jump.
Now Stanko from Manchester. Boy,
there you see a shot of the weight throw. As we have those two events basically going on at the same time. The long jump here. and I don't know, Walt, and I should, but I don't know the actual weight that they are heaving across the gym, but how much it weighs. But it is fun to watch the just the technique that these girls use.
Yeah.
She'll swing the weight around, spin a couple times, and then heave it forward.
I mean, when that thing comes towards you, you better be ready to move. Because if it hits your leg,
yeah, and you can see
you'll be in a little trouble.
A netting that goes around the release area, and that netting is definitely needed from time to time.
Yes.
Because those weights can slip out, and we've seen it happen a couple times today, just in our time here, standing here. But that too is laser marked, just like the high jump, or excuse me, long jump.
Nice jump there by Madison Camp from Earlham. Boy, you know, you talk about team effort, and we have gentlemen from different sports here helping out, volunteering. You see on the long jump, that big tall gentleman with the kind of the buzz cut, Trey Wirtz from the basketball team helping out. He's back on building by the store for raking
on the raking
all day.
You're probably right. He'd probably rather have practice today than
Coach
be
Roy's
raking
not going to want
sand.
to hear it, though, is he? Coach, give me a break. I was breaking at the indoors all day.
And you know, well, we just saw the shot of the weight throw, and next time we get over there, I'll talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah. Caitlin Renner from Bluffton now.
Caitlin, very ferocious start, and she foot faulted.
Yeah.
Just that red flag that popped up there, so her foot went past that white board. You can land on the board, just can't go past it, and it did. So that was a foot fault, and that attempt did not qualify or count.
About 12 minutes time, we'll have the 4x200 meter relay. Another quick track event. That'll be followed by the women's mile run. That would take me probably about 2 hours.
It's luckily they're not having a broadcaster run today.
That's right. That's right.
For the mile, or even the 60-meter dash might.
I'm telling you, those
Take
hamstrings would be in some trouble, wouldn't they?
Take me a minute, probably.
She was. Boy,
Great
that was
attempt.
wow. That was the longest throw that I've seen. I don't know.
It was.
Wow.
I agree. Well, and just off of your screen to the left is kind of the landing area for those weights. If you notice, it's wet.
Yes.
And they keep it wet so they can, so when the weight lands on that area, now of course they're taking a break, but you can kind of see the glossy shine around that maroon circle there, but it's wet, so when it lands it creates kind of a circle sponge mark, and they can easily tell where it lands. And then the laser is kind of down in the bottom left of your screen. So we get the laser distance.
I believe at this point the only event that we have going on right now still is the long jump. Seeing ladies with what could be their third attempt, Troy. Not 100% sure.
I believe so.
I think so. And that was Stanko from Manchester.
That was her best jump of the day, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right.
You got Madison Holscup from Earlham with her third, we believe, final attempt. So they've completed the weight throw, and now they kind of transform that area. You can see the volunteers kind of walking out of the cage. They've moved in. The shot put will be next, and that's a different circle launch pad, so to speak. Not sure the official term for that, but now we have some winners. So this is the
the weight throw. And the winner of that, Hunter Fields from Franklin, took the #1 spot. The second place winner is Emma Payne from Bluffton, and in third place, Erica Moore from Manchester. So congratulations to those ladies for...
Yeah, and again, that event literally ended 5 minutes ago.
If that.
Yeah, and so they are quickly going to the award stand and podium, and which is fine, but we may not get those results until you do at home. As soon as we get them, we pass them along. But
about 5 minutes to the next track event, the 4x200 meter relay. Since we have a moment, let's go ahead and take a commercial timeout and come back. When we come back, we'll get you set for the 4x200 meter relay. This is the indoor HCAC track championships on the Indiana Sports Network.
Burger or grilled cheese?
Grilled cheese.
Burger.
I went with crispy tenders and the tots. It's patty. Really fresh. I'm gonna try to chow this thing down before I get to the wrapper. Sonic Wacky Pack.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything.
At At Union Health, we understand that early detection of breast cancer saves lives. That's why the Clara Fairbanks Center for Women offers the most advanced breast cancer detection available. Tomosynthesis 3D breast imaging. This state-of-the-art technology pinpoints breast cancer at its earliest stages when it's most curable. For you, that means earlier detection. For us, that means being able to give you peace of mind in your health care. To schedule your mammogram, call 812-238-7766. Union Health. Healthier together.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants. We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
4 years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
At ServPro, we offer cleaning services, including the removal of biohazard containments. We have the specialized training and products to get your property back to business. We are here to help get your business back to normal. ServPro in the Wabash Valley, here to help.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
And we have the introduction or the announcement of the champions for the women's pole vault, I believe, a minute ago, Troy?
Yes, we had in third place was Emily Jones of Hanover with a distance of 9.375. Second was Claire Perkins of Rose-Hulman with a 9.5. And then first was Brooke Schroeder of Rose-Hulman, a senior, at 9.9 as far as height goes. And now we're doing, as you see on your screen there, the long jump. And I'm waiting for those scores to
they just announced the long jump, the champion from Rose-Hulman, Rofiat Adeyemi. So she wins the long jump. And you see, let's see.
Did a freshman through Rose-Hulman.
Second place, Madison Camp from Earlham. In third place, Zalia Martin from Hanover.
Clear the track, please. Women's 4x200 meter relay.
So we're getting ready to start this relay, 4x200 relay.
Looks like we only have two participants, Defiance and Bluffton, in this first heat of the 4x2 meter relay. Or I shouldn't say heat, it's actually, these are timed finals, so we'll have two sections. Section 1 only has two schools, again, Defiance and Bluffton, as they make the handoff there.
Bluffton, a nice handoff there.
We talked earlier about the handoff being important. And
yes.
So once they cross those little orange cones, now they can get into different lanes if they choose. Defiance.
It's a nice leg right there, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Very nice. This will be for participants for each school. They'll do one lap. Which is 200 meters. And that's why they call this the 4x200.
That's
well,
and the final handoff for Defiance and Bluffton. Let's see if Bluffton can close it down on that anchor leg, save up, make up some time, or to post the best time they can. So, not necessarily going after each other, but the time, as you said.
Correct. We have we'll have two sections, two races in this 4x2. This first race has Defiance and Bluffton. The next time to race, which will be immediately following as they're getting set up for that, literally right below us.
Yes.
So it's hard for us to even tell that they're getting started, but there you can kind of see. And we are up there in that perch where it says HCAC Track and Field Championships. And that's where the participants are getting set for Section 2 of the time finals for the 4x200 meter relay. We have Anderson, Rose-Hulman, Hanover, and Manchester competing.
First leg for Anderson, Victoria Baver. For Rose, Adekite Oladipupo. For Hanover, Aaliyah Craig. And for Manchester, Brooke Bowens.
And while through the pole vault, the team rankings, we have 6 events have been scored. Rose-Hulman is now in first place with 71 points. Manchester is second with 53. Bluffton is third with 25.5 points. And Franklin is fourth with 22. Hanover comes in fifth at 21. Anderson at sixth place at 13 points. Earlham is in seventh with 8. And Transylvania is in seventh with 8 as well.
So just a testament to, you maybe don't win the heat, win the event, but just amassing those points.
Exactly.
Points.
Which you saw Rose-Hulman do very well in the pole vault and long jump and some other events. So they have taken a lead here through 6 events.
Yeah, you get points for all these events.
We've got 12 events, or excuse me, basically 17 events that are scored, I believe. So we still got a long way to go.
Sure do. Runners are on their marks.
So again, this is the second timed final for the 4x2. Anderson, Rose-Hulman, Hanover, and Manchester. Manchester's closest to you, and then Hanover, Rose-Hulman, and there's Anderson in the orange.
Very nice opening leg for Hanover as they get ready to come down the home stretch here.
Once again, the handoffs will be key.
Yes.
Hanover with the nice, but Rose-Hulman, the second leg is pushing it.
That's Katrina Augustin.
thought I recognized her. She is putting in some speed here in her lap.
Second leg for Hanover. Mackenzie Carroll right behind her. Second handoff from both teams.
Neck and neck as they get that handoff.
Emily Peterson for Rose-Hulman. Alexis Gerke for Hanover. Rose opened up a little bit of a lead here. Coming into the last handoff.
Final leg. Again, handoff, very clean for Rose-Hulman.
Tina Rogers. And for Hanover is Aaliyah Martin. We've seen her speed already.
Yeah, you can see Aaliyah is not going to give up.
Martin trying to close this down. Can she do it, or will Rogers hold her off? But once again, all about the time. And I believe that these are the fastest two times. If you look at Rose and Hanover, really posted good times.
Boy, they did. Coming into the event, Rose, posted the top time at 1:52. Hanover was at 1:54. So those were the top two schools coming into this heat and these time finals. And those are definitely the top two schools again, as Rose-Hulman will win the 4x200 meter relay. And we will wait for the official results before we tell you a time.
Okay, we need those top three teams in the 4x200 meter relay. Report to the award stand, please. Top three teams in the 4x200
So again, before you can even catch your breath, Walt, if you're a competitor.
I mean, it's only 200 meters. So.
What?
It's only 200 meters.
Yeah, right.
Here are the final results of the women's 4x200 meter relay. Bluffton was 6th, followed Lyons was 5th, Anderson ladies 4th. Here's your third place finishers. These are the ladies from Manchester. Go ahead and take this podium, ladies. Good job. That's Ballance, Russell, Garinger, and Stanko. Your runner-up in the 4x200 meter relay this afternoon, Hanover women, Craig, Carroll, Gerke, and Martin. And your winners this afternoon, women's 4x200 meter relay with a time of 1:52.15. The team of Olinapupo, Augustin, Peterson, and Rogers. Ladies from Rose-Hulman, congratulations. Women's 4x200 meter relay.
And Rose-Hulman just widened their lead with the points they'll get from this event.
That'll be run in 2 sections this afternoon. I think we have 5 contestants in this mile, and then the hot section of the mile will come up next. So women's mile on the track, ready to start. Please clear the track.
And right away, Troy.
As you heard, we've got event 12.
Yeah.
The women's 1 mile run. And that is in 2 sections. Again, these are timed finals. In the first, we have Hope Nixon from Bluffton, Maddie Bell from Transylvania, Torrin Hartog from Transylvania, Kelsey Tyler from Manchester, and Savannah House from Hanover. So those 5 will be participating in this first, if we look at them, this first mile run. And then the second mile run will immediately follow.
Did we get the results of the 4x2?
Yes, we did. And you saw them on the podium just a minute ago, but third place was Manchester with a time of 1 minute 56 seconds. Second place on the podium was Hanover with a time of 1:53. And Rose-Hulman was your 4x200 meter relay champions with the team of Tina Rogers, Katrina Augustin, Emily Peterson, and Adike Eladupo with a time of 1 minute 52 seconds. And through 7 events scored, Rose-Hulman is still leading. They have 81 points. Manchester is at 59. But again, that's through 7 events scored. We are now on event 12 is what you're looking at, is the women's 1 mile run. So the team rankings aren't necessarily up to date with what you're actually seeing, although they're doing it very quickly.
Yes.
As far as handing out the awards on the podium and immediately following the event. Doesn't mean we always get the same speed when the team awards are finalized, and the points are finalized, I should say. So again, you're looking at Kelsey Tyler from Manchester has the early lead in the 1 mile run.
And so your 1 mile run is going to be 8 laps around the track. It'll be 1,600 meters. And
yeah, they should finish around the 6 minute mark, somewhere below that or above that, but he's got a nice smooth stroke, running stride there. So this is the coming into today, kind of the slower of the 2 timed mile sections that they have. Again, we've got 5 women running in this section, and I believe we have 12 in the next section, with Hannah Burbaker from Manchester. The time to beat coming into today at 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Something tells me she's going to be moving today on that track. There are the other participants getting ready to get lapped, potentially, by Kelsey Tyler of Manchester. She's putting in a very good, solid effort here in the 1 mile run.
Final lap.
That's right. Final lap bell. And Kelsey ends up obviously finishing strong in that 1 mile run. See her final results posted at the end of the section here once they all finish. The conference record, Walt, for the mile was set back in 2011 by Heather Waterman with a time of 5 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's quick.
Yeah, Heather was moving back then. Again, 2011. Conference record, 5 minutes and 6 seconds. And that was, she was with Franklin at the time. So we've got one more mile section coming up. As soon as the track is clear, you can see the track official is getting the participants onto the track.
Section 2 of the women's mile. Clear the track, please. Hurdle crew, we'll need you over here as soon as this race is over. We need to put the hurdles on the track again, please. Hurdle crew, be alert.
And you heard the hurdle crew needs to get ready because they will, I believe we will have the 60-meter hurdle finals immediately following.
Yeah,
yes.
You could tell the way this is run, organized extremely well. Everybody's at the ready. The events go off on time. We do just a fantastic job putting on this HCAC Indoor Championships.
Now all the competitors are removing their masks as they have to wait that instruction until the official tells them. You see number 69 on your right, that's Hannah Burbaker from Manchester. She's the one to beat, so to speak, coming into this. She has a seed time of 5 minutes, 31 seconds. Oh, we had a false start. Either that or somebody was shot out there. I'm not sure, but
hopefully a false start.
Because you normally don't have a false start in the mile.
No, you don't.
But that outside official on the left there, the one with the gun, I say that in jest, folks. But
I thought it was funny.
Apparently, one of the girls' foot was over the line. Nice.
Thankfully, there's no 5-yard penalty. She doesn't have to move back 5 yards.
Yeah, right.
Would that be something?
That would be an offsides penalty. Gotta go back. So you got a gaggle of runners here, and I think you're going to see that. There you go, 69, Hannah Burbaker on the left of your screen, kind of making her way to the front. She's not going to want to stay too far behind for long. She'll be content, my guess, is to stay right where she's at, within striking distance of the leaders. Sometimes you get what they call a rabbit, which I would not be, Walt, but a rabbit is a runner that kind of leads the pace in the beginning so that they can kind of get, you kind of do it to help a teammate, basically. You're trying to pace them, perhaps get the leaders tired, and then you go towards the end of the race, that rabbit will kind of die out, and the tortoise kind of ends up winning, right? Isn't that the...
That's the way it happens.
That's the way the story goes. You're looking at Abby Clayton from Rose-Hulman. The junior, number 100 right there, is leading the pace. She's the rabbit, so to speak, at the moment. And Noelle Lawler of Anderson is right behind her, number 6, in the orange. Noelle, somewhat smaller than the other participants, height-wise. Abby Clayton has got her by 4 or 5 inches, I'd say. But right there in third is Hannah Burbaker, number 69. That's who you need to keep your eye on, folks.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting to watch, especially for these distance runs, the mile run, the medium distance. When the player makes their move is always interesting.
Exactly. You don't want to make it too early.
Right.
And then you don't want to make it too late.
Right.
So you're exactly right, Walt. And obviously they know their style of running, and as you can see, Hannah kind of right there in second.
Both of the Manchester runners are right there at the front of the pack. It's Noelle Lawler from Anderson now out there. Rose-Hulman's fading back a little bit.
Yes, they are. Again, Hannah Burbaker right kind of where she wants to be.
Yeah, she does. And last year in this event, Manchester took first and second. So they're poised to make a run at that same thing again. See how this continues to shake out here. And of course, as you mentioned, this is being the second section of the time finals.
Yeah, the second and final section for the 1 mile run.
It's going to be interesting to see if somebody can come from behind to capture one of the top 3 spots, because there is definitely Anderson and Manchester have made their move.
Yes, they have. They have pulled
separated
away from the pack.
The only other hopeful would be Eric Tong from Hanover. I think that's who that was. One of the Hanover runners might be able to make a push, but she's farther and farther behind.
Yeah, now it's becoming a 2-person race with Noelle Lawler of Anderson and Hannah Brubaker.
Brubaker's starting to make her move. Yeah, she is.
And that's why. So you have the final lap of the women's 1 mile run. And Hannah Brubaker and Noelle Lawler are going to be your top 2 finishers, it looks like.
Yeah.
But who's going to gut it out the most, Walt?
We're about to find out, aren't we? Can Lauren Smith, can she pull up into second place? No, she's going to be able to. Brubaker.
Those two that you see right there are the top 2 seed-wise coming into today. And it's going to be a sprint down the finish.
What a finish, Troy. Oh, Brubaker just pulled.
Oh, right guts it out at the end. Hannah Brubaker, your 2021 HCAC Conference 1 mile champion.
Lawler from Anderson gave her all. And
she did.
See her, at the end, see on the track. She really gave it a hard push with Brubaker there at the end. But you could just see what the last maybe 20 meters, Brubaker kicked it into another gear just to finish that mile run.
Yeah, she sure did. That was a fun, exciting finish for us to watch. I'm not sure they would say the same thing, but those two were giving it their all for sure coming down the stretch.
They'll be excited when they get a chance to watch it later on.
We'll see what the official time was. But again,
once again, just set those on the black marks, please. We still got a few minutes here.
they're getting set up for the hurdles final, which will take place in 5 minutes. Right at 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, the 60-meter hurdles final.
Three young ladies can go over and see Commissioner Jay Jones for your medal, and then we'll put you on the award stand.
Triple jump underway now. As we'll have some pictures of that also.
You know, I try not to jump once, Walt, but
yeah, the triple jump just
jump 3 times. So
Abby claimed that Rose-Hulman was 7. Sawyer Osmond of Hanover 6.
getting the results of the mile run.
yeah, you're going to see that.
Chelsea Tyler of Manchester was 4th. Now here are your top 3 finishers in the women's mile. Lauren Smith of Manchester was 3rd.
Lauren Smith, 3rd for Manchester. Noelle Lawler, 2nd.
Noelle Lauer of Anderson, 2nd at 5:32.67. And your winner this afternoon, a sophomore from Manchester with a time of 5:32.48, Hannah Brubaker. Congratulations, ladies. Top 3 finishers in the women's mile.
So, Walt, you see the 2 Manchester females, Hannah and Lauren, they scored some good points there.
I was just getting ready to say that, Troy.
So now just through 8 events scored, Rose-Hulman has a lead at 83 points, but Manchester is closely behind with 80 points. So just a 3-point advantage in the team standings through 8 events. Hanover is a distant 3rd at 36 points.
So in that one event, Manchester picks up 16 big points by having 2 out of the top 3 finishers.
Yeah,
that's big.
It is big. And it's a two-team race at the moment for the team championship.
Still a long way to go.
There is, yes. We are just finished event 12 with the 1 mile run. And we still have to go to event 17, I believe, as we get ready for the 60-meter hurdles finals.
Way to set those hurdles. Once again, run through these finals now. The women's hurdles in lane 1 is Husband Flores. In 2, Russell of Manchester. Craig of Hanover at 3. Iggy Hahn of Rose-Hulman at 4. Gerke of Hanover at 5. Johnson of Franklin at 6. Fosterman of Mount St. Joe at 7. And Carrier of Mount St. Joe at 8. This is the finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles.
At the moment, they are not showing the participants in the finals. You may have heard them on the PA there, and you see them there, but we are not seeing a list.
Well, we do have, they're not, we go to the results of the prelims, they'll have the top 8. Iggy Hahn from Rose, Gerke and Craig from Hanover, Franklin, Johnson from Franklin, Russell from Manchester, Klosterman from Mount, Husband Flores from Earlham, and Carrier from Mount. Your top 8 finishers in the prelim, so those would be the 8, even though we don't have the lane assignments at this point, unless they have posted them now. I don't know if you have it.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for, but I can't. They haven't posted those to my knowledge yet.
Here we go. Who can take home the 10 points? Boy, Iggy Hahn looking strong. So
Iggy Hahn with a clear victory.
Yeah. Can she get a couple extra points for that? My goodness.
I think if you win by more than 2 seconds, she should get 2 more points.
Wow.
Yeah, that was impressive.
That was a strong run there.
I believe, Walt, the conference record is 8.9 seconds flat. So we'll see how close Iggy Hahn was to that conference record. But I mean to tell you, they do not have time to get a drink before they go to the awards podium. Which I guess you don't mind if you're in the top, if you make a podium finish. Oh, Iggy Hahn, is that her right there?
Yeah, it is. She's competing in another event. See if she can
so she's not going to be able to make it to the awards.
Go get her. Somebody go get her medal for her while she competes in another event, right?
Finishing fourth was husband Flores of Berlin, where their time is 10:59. Now finishing in third place from Hanover, sophomore Janae Johnson at 10:48. Your runner-up this afternoon from Hanover, junior Alexis Gerke, her time 10:37. And your champion this afternoon, she's a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. And where is she at?
She's busy
She's
right
competing.
now.
They're looking for Noza to try to give her a medal. And they're not aware that she's coming over from.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, she is. Here
over
she comes.
From the
She had her
long
all-time,
jump.
or excuse me, her season best time of 9:54 in that race. She's a sophomore from Rose-Hulman and the women's 60-meter hurdle champion this afternoon, Noza Iggy Hahn. Congratulations to Noza and all the ladies in the 60-meter hurdles.
And a very busy young lady, and she's going to hustle back over to get back into her spot for the long jump.
7 minutes until the 400-meter dash. Team scores after the hurdles now. In fourth place is Franklin, 20.5. They're tied with Bluffton. In third place is Hanover with 47. Manchester second with 84. And leading the competition with 93 points is Rose-Hulman. Once again, those are complete through that hurdle race.
So they were given the team updated rankings through the hurdle race. In third place, Hanover with 47 points. In second place, Manchester with 84 points. And first place, Rose-Hulman with 93 points thus far. So that's your update. And just to complete the rest, I'm not going to give the points, but to read 4 through 10. You had 4 was Franklin, Ford, Bluffton, and Franklin tied. And I'm trying to read this on the fly. No, actually they're not. I'll have to fix that. Oh, yes, they are. Franklin and Bluffton are tied. That's my fault. Then Anderson, Earlham, Transy, Defiance, then Mount. But as we've said all day, a lot of events coming in the next event, Troy.
The next event, Walt, it's funny you should ask. It's the 400-meter dash.
That's a fun one.
It is a fun one. That's one of my favorites, actually. And so that'll be here in about 5 minutes.
You know, it's interesting when you're here for the indoors and you have all these track and field events that you have all these trophies given out to these players, and you mentioned in about 5 minutes time we'll have the 400-meter dash. We'll see if we can squeeze in a quick commercial break as we await the finals for the 400-meter dash. We'll be right back.
At Union Health, we understand that early detection of breast cancer saves lives. That's why the Clara Fairbanks Center for Women offers the most advanced breast cancer detection available. Tomosynthesis 3D breast imaging. This state-of-the-art technology pinpoints breast cancer at its earliest stages when it's most curable. For you, that means earlier detection. For us, that means being able to give you peace of mind in your health care. To schedule your mammogram, call 812-238-7766. Union Health. Healthier together.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
I feel like I'm the good kind of spicy. It means you got an edge. I got an edge.
It means she's got some umph, and I got some umph.
I don't know about your umph, but impatience doesn't equal spicy. Sonic Chicken Slinger.
Is it a good umph or a bad umph?
A big thank you to our sponsors for today's event, Farm Bureau Insurance with Michael Bonomo, Goshen H&R Block, Hamilton Center, Lens Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, ServPro, Sonic Drive-In, Union Health, and York Automotive. York has locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. They are our transportation expert, our provider here at the Indiana Sports Network. Holding the cameras for us, Jace Harper, Keenan Harper, and Paige Lockmiller. Tony Harper, our producer and director today, as we get you set for the next event, or the 400-meter dash. I was mentioning that it's interesting with these indoor events, track and field. Got the Olympics coming up later on.
Yeah,
this year. Of course, it was supposed to be
last year.
So having these events now, I love the Summer Olympics. The Winter Olympics is growing on me. Don't get me wrong, but I absolutely love the Summer Olympics, especially the track and field events. I remember just watching that with my family, being glued to the TV.
Yeah,
on track nights, just riveting watching these events.
You watch, back in our day, Carl Lewis and Edwin Moses.
Yeah.
And
women's side,
yeah,
Joe.
I was going to say, that was a lot of fun. So yeah, we have 3 sections. It's 1 lap. In this first section, we have Brooke Bowens of Manchester and Jennifer Dowier, of Earlham. And then we will have 2 more sections with runners, obviously, in each section. It's timed finals. So
you get off to a good start.
But you do. Obviously, with being 1 lap, you don't have much time to make up for any mistake that you might make. It looks like the best time coming in is 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 71 tenths.
Going into that inside lane, the number 1 lane, trying to, after that first lap, they're able to do that.
Yeah, and I apologize. I said 1 lap. It's actually
one regulation lap,
right?
2 for us.
So we will again see the top times in the 3rd section. Normally.
Yeah.
But
well, they're the top seed times, and whether there's the top times today, it'll be yet to be determined.
Exactly.
But it normally works out that way, Great job by.
Well, that's why you run the race.
That's right. Bowens and Dury from Manchester and Earlham completed their section. Now section 2.
Now we're getting ready for section 2. You can see they're starting there on their blocks, getting set. We've got Lex Dersenberg from Franklin, Ashley Kolsterman from Mount St. Joe's, Lewis Cheatham from Rose, Dara Smith from Rose, and Kelly Brock from Hanover. Your two Rose-Hulman runners have the fastest time coming in for this section at 1 minute 3 seconds and some change. So these 5 runners will now do the same thing. 2 laps. This is section 2 of the timed finals, the 400-meter dash. We will have one more section after this.
You know, one thing interesting of note when you look at the team standings, Rose and Manchester duking it out at the top of this team standings. You look at the third section, which is normally the faster of the 3.
Correct.
Nobody from Manchester in that section but 2 for Rose. So this could be an opportunity for Rose to get a lot of. We saw Manchester in some of these events to get 2 of the top 3. So let's see how this works out, you know, later on. But also an opportunity for Transy to get some big points as well in that third section. But the second section comes first.
And they are off on that second section. You see Kelly Brock on the left there from Hanover. And Dara Smith, 118 right there at Rose. And Lewis Cheatham, number 99, takes the early lead after the first lap.
Still those long strides.
Oh, she does have a nice smooth stride there, doesn't she?
She's pulling away.
Cheatham is a senior for Rose-Hulman. Again, comes in with the best time for this heat at 103.73. She made that look easy, Walt.
She did. Like, she looks like she could run another heat right now, almost. You know, just a fluid runner.
That's what we used to say about you.
Yeah, when I was 4, maybe.
Back in elementary school.
Yeah, I remember the track and field, the field day.
Running, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Good stuff, yeah.
Maybe the shuttlecock run, or
I got a rivet or 2.
50-yard dash, 25-yard dash.
That was very competitive back then.
Oh,
I mean,
back in the day.
School bragging rights or grade bragging rights for your, you want.
That's right. You wanted that blue ribbon.
You sure did. It wasn't any of this, everybody gets a medal either. It wasn't one of that.
No, that's right. We were kind of before those days.
Yeah,
and now
I earned that thing. There definitely was a winner.
I know that's why your nickname's Walt Flash Gordon. Can't fool me.
Flash.
So now we got the third and final section of the 400 meter. We got Emily Peterson from Rose-Hulman, sophomore. Tina Rogers, a junior from Rose-Hulman, with the top time coming in at 102.71. Lindsay Hermes from Earlham and Callie Nolan from Transylvania. You may have heard the official give the on your mark.
You know, I remember
call
racing as a kid, you know, different places. I always thought, when I was a kid, I always thought it was on your march. That's what we always said. What is it, on your march? And then later I figured out, oh, it's Mark.
But that's why you went into band and not track and field.
Well, that and other reasons. That and Krispy Kreme donuts, I think, maybe. And here we go.
Here you go, your 4 participants in the final heat.
What a start. My goodness.
That's Lindsay Hermes right there with Earlham.
Yeah.
Out to the early lead.
Very good start for Hermes. Let's see if she can hold this thing on. Rose and Trancy falling right behind. This will be a big one for Earlham.
There's Tina Rogers, 115. And then Transy is Callie Nolan. Boy, they're all 3 right neck and neck. This is going to come down to an exciting finish, Walt. Once again, they're coming down the front stretch.
Who's got that final push, Troy?
Who has it?
Great job by Earlham Hermes to hold on to
Lindsay
that.
Hermes, yeah, collapses at the end. A great effort by her. Tina Rogers also giving it all she could. Finished second, I believe, unofficially. That was an exciting finish as they came down that front stretch.
All about the time. Be interested to hear the times when we get that. Let's see.
Yeah, so that was the 400-meter dash. And now here at 3:25 will be the 60-meter dash final. Talk about moving. Those girls will be smoke coming off of their feet.
That's true.
They are getting ready to hand out the awards for that 400 meter.
Okay, here are results of that 400. Just completed in 8th place was Kelly Brock of Hanover, 65.78. Brooke Ballant of Manchester was 7th at 65.47. Finishing 6th, Rose-Hulman's Dara Smith, 64.66. Emily Peterson of Rose-Hulman 5th at 63.70. Lois Cheatham of Rose-Hulman was 4th at 63.63. And now your top 3 finishers, if they would step on the awards podium, please. Finishing 3rd was Kaylee Nolan of Transylvania, 62.97. Rose-Hulman Jr., Christina Rogers is the runner-up today at 62.57. And your women's 400-meter dash champion with a time of 62.30 from Earlham. She's a sophomore, Lindsay Hermes. Ladies, 400-meter dash final. Congratulations, ladies.
Great job by these runners.
Next event will
Earlham
be
and Transylvania. It's a great opportunity here, taking advantage of a great opportunity to get some points.
About 7 or 8 minutes, ladies, so take your time.
Yeah, Lindsay Hermes comes in from Earlham to capture the 400-meter championship. She's a sophomore. She finished that race in 1 minute, 2 seconds and .30. The conference record, just so you know, was set back in 2013 by Creasy Klausner of Rose-Hulman with a time of 58 seconds .75. So congratulations to Lindsay and Earlham this year for getting that 400-meter dash final. And through 10 events, Rose-Hulman still holds the team title at the moment. They have 113 points compared to Manchester, who is in second with 86 points. Hanover is third at 48 points, followed by Bluffton, Franklin, Anderson, Earlham, Transylvania, Defiance, and Mount St. Joseph. So Rose-Hulman, again, through 10 scored events, have the team championship at the moment. But again, we still have quite a few events to go. The next event will happen at 3:25, so in approximately 5 minutes. And that will be the 60-meter dash final. The 60-meter dash final. You can see the long jump is still going on. And I will try my best to see, Walt, who is in this 60-meter dash final.
Yeah.
That is coming up here in a few minutes. We still got about 3 or 4 minutes before that takes place. But I believe...
Oh, go ahead.
I think I found it, yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I've got, and as you can see, the girls right there getting ready to getting warmed up. But I've got in lane 1, it'll be Krista Franklin, I believe, from Anderson. Lane 2 is Lisa Maria Marcua from Defiance. Lane 3 is Madeline Schaefer from Bluffton. Lane 4 is Aaliyah Martin, the sophomore from Hanover, who we've seen quite a bit already today, along with another one we've seen a lot of, and that's in lane 5, Adika Aladupo from Rose-Hulman. Lane 6, Katrina Augustin, also from Rose-Hulman. 7 is Elizabeth Russell from Manchester. And 8 is Karen Foles from Rose-Hulman. So the top of time coming into the final was Aaliyah Martin.
Where'd you find that, Troy?
So that's, again, the women's 60-meter dash finals, which is event number 10 in the program. So again, we've got Aaliyah Martin with the top time from the prelims coming into this 60-meter dash, followed by Madeline Schaefer, from Bluffton. And then Aladupo from Rose is third, again coming in. But as we've seen, some of these finals can provide some excitement.
Yeah.
And
if you want excitement, watch lane 4. I mean,
lane 4 is right there in the middle of your screen. 4 and 5 are really the two lanes for this race. I think you're going to want to definitely pay attention to. You've got in lane 4 is Aaliyah Martin. In lane 5 is Aladupo from Rose.
A clean start. And boy, look at Martin.
Martin, yeah, is pulling away.
She is grease lightning.
Woo, I mean, nice run there.
That young lady. Phenomenal run.
After everything, I feel like she's been on the track all day.
I agree.
We've seen her every time we look up. She's on the screen. And
ladies, great race. There's the top 3. Let's get to the award stand, please.
Hey, let's go to the awards. My goodness.
Aaliyah Martin, your two-time HCAC.
Is that right? Wow, congratulations.
Winner. She won last year. Trying to see. I don't see the time here last year, but I know Aaliyah Martin did win this event last year.
You know what she should have done, Walt, was just keep running straight to the award ceremony.
Right.
Here are the results of that 60-meter dash. In 8th place was Karen Foltz of Rose-Hulman, Krista Franklin of Anderson, 7th. In 6th place, Manchester's Elizabeth Russell. In 5th place, Rose-Hulman, Katrina Augustin. In 4th place, Defiance, Lisa Marie Martin. And now we need our three. Oh, they're going down to Mr. Spice, Jay.
Yes, the three podium finishers for the 60-meter dash have worked their way all the way down to the end of the start line, basically, to get their mask and starting blocks and all that gear, so they can't announce the podium finishers because they're not there.
Yeah. You gotta be safe in this. Right? I mean, it's safety first, right?
Yeah.
They're doing their part. They know what they were told. So.
Commissioner Jones waiting patiently for them to show up, top three, to get their podium medals.
They definitely showed up.
Senior from Rose-Hulman, her time 8:42. Tita Oladipo.
8:42 for Oladipo to finish third.
Your runner-up this afternoon, a sophomore out of Bluffton College, Madeline Schiffer,
8:33 for Maddie.
Man, will Martin be sub 8?
An outstanding time of 7:92. The best, I'll bet.
Boy.
Was that 7:98? If did I hear that correctly?
I thought it was 7:93.
Oh.
Either way, sub 8.
Close to the conference record of 7:87 from Micah Wilson back in 2014.
And the next scheduled event is the 800 at 3:45. So we've got about 20 minutes, ladies, until we start the 800. So take the time.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time here before we get to the next event, which will be the 800-meter run at 3:45 p.m. So why don't we take just a quick, Tony, if you want to, we'll take a commercial break and come back with more exciting action from the 2021 HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships hosted by Rose-Hulman.
So what do we do before we cross the street?
We look both ways for cars.
No cars. All right, let's go.
But Daddy, why do you have to hold my hand?
To keep you safe. That's why we look for cars. I'm watching out for danger to keep you safe.
Daddy, who watches out for you?
Protect your family and loved ones with Micah Bonomo.
H&R Block is your tax preparation service experts, no matter how you file. Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block, located in Brazil, across from the courthouse.
Burger or grilled cheese?
Grilled cheese.
Burger.
I want with crispy tenders and the tots. It's patty. Really fresh. I'm gonna try to chow this thing down before I get to the wrapper. Sonic Wacky Pack.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools. We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstetter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
And back at the HCAC Championships for the indoor women's track and field events we've had a lot of events thus far. We've had some field events finish up. We've also had several track events finish up. We just completed the 60-meter dash. That was won and dominated by Zalia Martin from Hanover. She was extremely impressive on her events today, as you're seeing now from the field events now. But Zalia Martin, be interested to see what all she participates in coming up. I wouldn't be surprised to see her in the 4x4 relay, which would be the very last track event that we have. Also wouldn't be surprised to see her in the 200 meter, which will be around 4:05. So I would imagine we would see Zalia Martin a couple more times.
No.
Before the day is over.
I can't imagine that.
And I would imagine she's got to be a front runner in that 200. Let's see here. Gotta find that on our sheet. Yeah. She's she's one of the front runners in section. There'll be 4 sections of that. And she will be one of the front runners.
So we're still about 13 minutes away from the women's 800 meter run, and we will have 2 sections of that. Let me update everybody from what the team standings. Again, it hasn't changed much, but through 10 events scored, and we're getting ready to come up on event number 14. But through 10 events scored, Rose-Hulman is still holding on to a lead. They have 113 points.
Okay, we have results in the triple jump of those 3.
Manchester is second with 86. Hanover is third with 48 points, and Bluffton is coming in at 4th with 28.50. I'm kind of pausing because I think they're going to do the final or the podium for the triple jump.
Next to the podium, please. All right, here are the results now of the ladies triple jump. In 7th place was Manchester's Kendall Garriger. 6th place went to Rose-Hulman senior L. Ogden. Madison Goulskamp of Earlham was 5th. Esther Mano of Earlham was 4th with a lead of 33 feet 1/4 inch. Now your top 3 finishers receiving their medals from Commissioner Jay Jones. Finishing in 3rd place, she's a freshman from Rose-Hulman. Her lead this afternoon, 33 feet 10 inches, Kira Hicks. Your runner-up this afternoon, she won the long jump earlier today. She's a freshman as well from Rose-Hulman. Her lead, 35 feet 1 1/4 inches, Ropiat Adami. It'll take me a couple years, but I'll get that right. And your winner this afternoon, a sophomore from Rose-Hulman. She jumped 35 feet 7 3/4 inches. Nosa Igihan of Rose-Hulman, the winner of the ladies triple jump this afternoon.
Rose-Hulman sweep there in the women's triple jump. And not only the medals, but also the 24 team points. 24 team points are awarded. You look at the summation of spots 1, 2, and 3, and Rose-Hulman gets all 24 from those 3 spots to sweep, and that is going to do big things for the lead that they already have at this point once the tabulation comes in for that. So,
but yeah, Nosa Igivan again coming in at 1st in the triple jump.
Well, you see why, and I know Coach Prevost not to. I mean, he's excited. He's happy for her. Don't get me wrong, but he'd love to have her on the basketball court as well. But you can see why she decided to focus on track and field. This young lady, just a sophomore,
Any scratches in the women's 3K, we'd like to make those at this
Is this her
time.
third individual win so far?
I believe it is.
So she won our 60-meter hurdles. Yeah, she just won the triple jump, and didn't she win one other event also?
Did you get the long jump?
Long jump is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's the case. Well, as just a sophomore, being able to.
No, the high jump.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was the high jump that she won.
So 3 events. As a sophomore.
That's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah, you can.
Not bad. You know, getting a question in my ear as far as from our producer, Tony Harper, asking if we go back to the regular schedule with our basketball starting in the fall, track and field being later, well, I guess basketball being a winter sport, but at the end of the fall, will she go back to playing 2 sports? And I'd be surprised if she did. Looking at her dominance here, and I don't want to say she's going to.
No, I agree.
But I'm saying to see as a sophomore what she's doing now, I'd be surprised if she went back to 2 sports.
I agree. And indoor track is a winter sport.
Okay. That's right.
They don't compete that many or as often as they do. So I got to think, come next fall, if we're back to quote unquote normal schedule, then Iggy is again with finding success here, track and field.
Wild success.
And we'll see if that continues into the spring season for track and field.
Which is right around the corner.
It is. A couple weeks.
Yeah.
Is March, and obviously I think, if they want to get creative, Walt, with COVID, and maybe we should get Commissioner back up here and ask, I think we should do a track event and a football game all at the same time.
On the same field.
Yeah.
I like that.
See?
I like that.
Thinking outside the box.
I'd like to see somebody cover Celia Martin.
Yeah.
How many of you DBs want to cover that young lady as she streaks down the track?
Yeah.
And the commissioner is hopeful, as we talked about this. He's hopeful that we go back to our regular schedule in the fall, which, will give us an interesting situation where you got, Coach Sokol and his boys playing 2 seasons, I guess a season and a half, but still you got 2 seasons of football. You see Indiana State University didn't do spring football for that reason.
Exactly.
The
They felt
recovery
like
time and the like. So they opted out.
The physical
Mobile conference around here. So
punishment wasn't going to be in the best of the student athletes, in the best interest.
Coach
to
Mallory
do
made a tough decision.
A spring football, and then 6 months later you're doing a fall.
Yeah. And so when you look
It's
at
tough.
the HCAC, it's not like this is powder puff football. This is some hard-hitting, demanding football. So when you look at what this conference is, what these member institutions are going to have to do, it is going to be a short recovery time. So much normal, this is shorter than normal, but they decided to play, and so we're going to have an abbreviated season.
But especially
spring.
At this level, the Division III level, it's you're not getting a money game like you might at Division I school might. But if you're only playing conference, then you're not getting that money game. And as we all know, money is a big part of the athletic budget, especially football, brings in a lot of money. And so when you potentially lose those games, that hurts, obviously. And then, but yes, Rose-Hulman football in the spring is going to be interesting and fun all at the same time. But
it really is.
And then, yes, to see how they bounce back in the fall. You know, some may think it's a good thing. And it'll just be a team-by-team basis. And obviously, if you get hurt in the spring, you may wish you had more time to recuperate.
Yeah, and that'll that's going to happen. There's going to be some injuries.
It's all part of it.
Definitely going to happen. So when you look at, football in the conference, Saturday, March the 6th, will kick off the spring football season. So we're 2 weeks away.
2 weeks from today. Did you talk to the commissioner about that's? There's about 6 inches of snow out there right now.
Yeah.
Not on the field, but
72 hours, that'll be a different
It's going to melt, right.
Yeah.
Let's hope it stays. But if anybody listening knows anything about Indiana high school basketball, they know that first week of March is sectionals, and it always snows on that first week of March.
Yeah, it tends
in some way, shape, or form, it's going to snow in Indiana.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And Commissioner John Jones coming up to speak to us again briefly. And what a treat to be able to talk to the Commissioner. We talked to him last year, be able to talk to him again this year. Him availing himself for us and taking some time out of a very busy day. Not only busy day, but busy weekend.
Yeah.
Basketball draw tomorrow, and I didn't get a chance to ask about that. I was kind of...
Well, you're going to try to put in a good word for Rose?
I was going to say, I wasn't expecting him I should have expected him to come up early with the 5,000 being the first event. I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but I wasn't quite ready for him to come up when he did, but I'm glad he did. But I should have expected that looking at the schedule. But just, really appreciative of him coming up and, letting us ask some questions. One thing that I didn't ask is how to get one of those red blazers, Troy.
Oh, you got to be important for that.
I like the red blazers.
I know, but
those are sharp.
I don't mean to burst your bubble, Walt, but you are not important enough for a red blazer.
I like.
I mean, that's official, and you are not an official.
You're right.
But we're a couple.
Okay, we're just about set now for the women's 800. This will be run in 2 sections.
So we've got 2 sections of the women's 800-meter run getting ready to start momentarily right here in the front of the track.
Will be running the entire length of the 2 turns in their alleys and then braking at the start of the straightaway. Women's 800 meters.
There looks like about 10 runners, maybe 11 here in this first section of the timed finals. It'll take about 2.5 minutes to run the 4 laps around for, again, the women's 800-meter run.
Earlier we were talking about the fact that we didn't have the numbers to go along with the young ladies. A big thank you to Kevin Lanke for bringing that up to us earlier so that we can give you some of the names. I know, families and loved ones are watching and looking at their, their daughters, their nieces, their sisters, etc., their friends. So we're glad that we're able to put some names with some faces for you. So, but thank you to Kevin Lanke and his staff for providing that information for us.
And they are off. this section number 1 of the 800 meter time finals. And Walt, I'm just going to kind of go down the list here of who's in this race. We got Emily Pinnock, a freshman from Anderson, Josie Cunningham, a senior from Transylvania, Caitlin Smith, freshman from Defiance, Hannah Morgan, a freshman from Mount St. Joe's, Maddie Hilliker, a freshman from Manchester, Mackenzie Brownrigg, freshman from Bluffton, Lexi Gurr is a Hanover sophomore, Aubrey Coop, freshman from Transy, Sawyer Ozum, a junior from Hanover, Sydney Young, a junior from Manchester, and Noelle Lohler, a sophomore from Anderson.
And going to go around this track 4 times for this 800 is Anderson off to a very nice start in the timed trials.
That's Noelle Lohler, who participated earlier in the 1 mile, I believe. Yes. And finished second in the 1 mile. Which she is a perfect example as to why we delay,
yes.
You know, why they have those time starts or the specific times that the events begin. Like I said, we had about a 15-minute or so delay, or I keep saying delay, but pause between events. And she is one of the reasons why when you run multiple events, your body needs time to recover.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she seems to have recovered very well.
Yes, she has.
She's going to have a push here at the end.
And we still obviously have another heat, but
yeah, we've
also had Sawyer Ozum from Hanover, both posting good times there. So we'll see how that translates to, section number 2. I keep calling them heats, but section number 2.
Yeah, and section 2, typically the faster section. So coming into section 2, Courtney Smith, the sophomore from Transylvania, has the best time, coming in at 2 minutes 31 seconds in 51 tenths. So she will be the one to beat, so to speak, coming into today. We have Angelina Gregory from Franklin, Maggie Sheeran from Rose-Hulman, Abby Clayton from Rose, Lauren Smith, sophomore from Manchester, Mallory Watson, a freshman from Franklin, Elena Sternan, sophomore from Earlham, Madison Linfelt from Rose, and Caitlin Belial. Hope I pronounced that right, Caitlin. Apologize if I didn't. From Mount St. Joseph. So we've got another 9 runners in this section 2 of the women's 800 meter run, the final section.
Another good opportunity for Transylvania to get some good points here as they have the best seed time of the Courtney. There we go.
And Rose-Hulman has 3 runners, so perhaps they can get some points as well. So the runners have to stay in their lanes, so to speak, and they're each in 2-lane segments until they get around this final turn for them. You see those small orange cones, and then they can sway over and get into the closest lane if possible. And that's Madison Linfelt from Rose leading the pack. at the
right
moment.
along with her is Abby Clayton from Rose, with Manchester right behind Lauren Smith. Courtney Smith from Transy making a little bit of move right now on the outside, isn't she?
She is. They will come down and get the bell lap. So the final lap here, it's going to be another doozy, Walt.
It is. Who can get a push here last couple of laps?
Oh, I guess there was not a bell. Apologize.
Yeah, going from a 400 meter track to a 200 is
it always confuses me. Yeah.
Clayton Smith. Now Smith and Smith. Courtney Smith and Lauren Smith in the front. Rose-Hulman fade.
Now we're going to get the bell lap. There it is.
I got to make your move now.
Or do you make it? Or do you wait? Well, we talk about that.
I was saying you're starting to make your move now. You're hitting from Franklin. Angelina Gregory, I think it was, trying to squeeze in there. You see her making a little bit of a move.
There we go. Now she's making her move coming out of turn 4.
And Lauren Smith for Manchester now.
Now they're down the front stretch.
This is going to be fun, Troy.
Yes, it is. Can she hold on? Oh.
Very nice kick there for Lauren Smith from Manchester, and Angelina Gregory from Franklin, a great job as well.
Great race, ladies. Those top 3 names right there, you're going to advance the award stand right now, so good job.
I don't know why I find such humor in the fact that they have to
because we're not running, that's why.
Yeah, we can just sit here and watch them gasp as they're trying to get to the award stand. But boy, they gave it all there in that run. You can see they are still trying to catch their breaths on the track. And as we wait for the times to be posted, but they will know, the commissioner is going to know those times and get the top 3 right now.
Please come to the award stand. Here are the final results now of the women's 800 with the combined 2 seconds, and finishing 8th was Abby Clayton of Rose-Hulman, 2:34.84. In 7th was Noelle Lawler of Anderson, 2:34.69. Sawyer Osmond of Hanover was 6th at 2:34.02. In 5th place, Madison Lindfeld of Rose-Hulman at 2:34. Melina Stern of Earlham was 4th at 2:32.20. Now we'll have the top 3 on the award stand here in just a second once they receive their medals from Commissioner Jay Jones. Okay, finishing 3rd was Courtney Smith of Transylvania, 2:32.09. In 2nd place, Angelina Gregory of Franklin, 2:31.89. And the winner this afternoon of the women's 800 meters, her time 2:31.79. She's a sophomore from Manchester College, Lauren Smith.
A big congratulations to Lauren Smith of Manchester,
On the top 3
winner of the women's 800 meter run. 2nd place went to Angelina Gregory of Franklin. 3rd to Courtney Smith of Transylvania.
And you can hear the PA announcer to kind of tell you, we've got 10 minutes until the next event, which is the 200 meter dash. Another fun
That's
event.
a dash, all right.
That will begin at 4:05. So about 10 minutes from now.
So we have an opportunity to update the team standings. I'll give you the top 3 point getters. In third place, Hanover with 61 points. Manchester in second place with 101 points. Rose-Hulman in first place with 156 points. Rounding out the rest of the schools, I'm not going to give you the points, but in fourth place, got Earlham. Fifth place is Franklin, along with Bluffton, tied for fifth. Anderson is seventh, Transylvania eighth, Defiance ninth, and Mount St. Joseph 10th. So Rose-Hulman has extended their lead. We talked about that sweep they got in the event just a moment ago. So that helped to expand their lead, but Manchester still has time to eclipse that. We still have several events left, so there's 13 events have been scored. We have 4 more events to score, and obviously we still have 3 more events to actually run. So we've completed, I believe we have completed 14 events, and 13 of those 14 have been scored. So
yes, every event obviously is important. And through 13, we've got Rose-Hulman with a 55-point advantage over Manchester, but with at least 3 or more scored events to go. Should be 4 scored events because they're still doing the shot put.
Okay.
And then we have 200 meter, the 3,000 meter, and then the 4x4 relay to finish it up.
Last year's champion was Hanover with 148.5 points. Rose-Hulman was in second place, and Manchester was in third last year. So looking to try to shake up the top. Hanover, I think, mathematically eliminated from winning with their point total of 61 right now. I don't think that they're, well, I guess if they swept all the next 4 events, mathematically could win, but haven't looked to see if they have 3 ladies in each event to be able to do that. But in any case, a tall task for them, but Rose-Hulman and Manchester still a lot to be decided over these next few events. We're going to step aside for a commercial break and come back and get you set for the 200-meter dash, where you're watching the 2021 Indoor Track and Field Women's Championship hosted by Rose-Hulman.
Daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
At ServPro, we offer cleaning services, including the removal of biohazard containments. We have the specialized training and products to get your property back to business. We are here to help get your business back to normal. ServPro in the Wabash Valley, here to help.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
You're watching Rose-Hulman Track and Field on the Indiana Sports Network.
At Union Health, we understand that early detection of breast cancer saves lives. That's why the Clara Fairbanks Center for Women offers the most advanced breast cancer detection available. Tomosynthesis 3D breast imaging. This state-of-the-art technology pinpoints breast cancer at its earliest stages when it's most curable. For you, that means earlier detection. For us, that means being able to give you peace of mind in your health care. To schedule your mammogram, call 812-238-7766. Union Health. Healthier together.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
I feel like I'm the good kind of spicy. It means you got an edge. I got an edge.
It means you've got some umph, and I got some umph.
I don't know about your umph, but impatience doesn't equal spicy. Sonic Chicken Slinger.
Is it a good umph or a bad umph?
Those Sonic commercials, Troy, on a good day.
They make me hungry.
On a good day, they make me hungry. I haven't eaten anything today.
Oh.
So, you know, you get to the point where you start to need a little umph.
Yeah, you definitely need some umph. You're scaring me.
Oh, I got plenty of reserves. I'll be all right. Getting ready to have the 200-meter dash in just a few minutes' time. Boy, what a great job the conference is putting on here today, is keeping everything exactly on schedule, making sure the ladies have plenty of time to rest between distance events and even the sprints. And it's just a masterful job that this conference does, putting on these championships, proving to other, not proving in a show-off type of way. I'm not saying it like that, but just showing what can be done. I mean, hey, we can, even in a pandemic environment, we can have our regular season, you know, maybe even maybe amended, and we can have conference championships, and this being the first sport that we're having conference championships in. Obviously, we have the men's and women's basketball HCAC tournament draw tomorrow, so that'll be interesting for the conference to see who's playing whom and where and when, what seed, the blind draw that we've talked about.
Yeah, I believe the men's draws at 5, and the women's is at 8. Or
yes,
am I
yes, I hope you have that right. I believe, like you said, men 5, women 8. So,
yeah,
folks, stay tuned to the conference website to see where your team is playing, what the matchup is, where they are in the bracket, so that you can tune in to your respective teams and watch them. Unfortunately, most of them won't have fans. Here we go, getting ready for the 200-meter dash, section number 1.
Section 1 of 4. So we should have 4 participants in this section.
Victoria Baver, Brittany App, Amy Tremel, and Josie Lyons from Anderson, Franklin, Transylvania, and Franklin, respectively. Going to be a really quick race here.
So 200 meters, 1 lap. Yeah, we have 4 section time finals again, so it doesn't matter what section you're in, it just matter of what your time is.
Yeah. Victoria Baver winning that section, and well, time will tell to see how that, how that helps in regards to the overall time. But you saw from the 800-meter run, you had 2 ladies, Osman and Lawler, winning from section 1. So you had, or should not winning, but placing
right,
as far as your top 8. And as far as the time, so not all the winning, not all the top time has come from the last sections.
So section 2, they're getting their blocks set up. We've got 5 runners in section 2. Kayla Saunders, a freshman from Anderson, Ashley Lewis, and Ashley Coltzerman, both seniors from Mount St. Joe's. Brooke Bowens sophomore from Manchester, and Kendall Geringer, another sophomore from Manchester. So 2 St. Joe's runners, 2 Manchester runners, and 1 Anderson runners in Section 2 of the women's 200-meter dash. The officials getting ready to tell them to get on the mark. And they will quickly be away. The winning time for this, I should say the meet record is at 26.15, set by Jordan Fender from Transy back in 2016. So anything under that 30-second mark is a pretty good time, Walt.
Right. Long pause for that the set call, isn't it?
There is.
There we go.
I was starting to question if he even said on your mark, because there was such a long pause.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I was like, he did say that, didn't he?
Manchester runners, Bowens and Geringer off to a good start. We'll see how we finish up here.
Coming down the front stretch.
Oh, it's anybody's section here. Like Brooke Bowens wins that section.
And Brooke finished strong coming down that front.
All of them did.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
was probably less than a second in between 1 through 5 there. As far as the time. Going back to the on your mark call to the set, sometimes when there's so much time, of course the players aren't up, so they're still fairly relaxed when they're on their marks. But you don't want too much time to go there, do you? Because
exactly.
Your muscles start to strain a little bit, or you kind of, throw off your start probably, and so you want a fairly quick set call. And once they become set,
right.
The starter pistols is shot very quickly after that.
But you're right. You don't want to get too relaxed, so to speak, when you're in the block, and you almost might get a little anxious, a little anxiety. Okay, why haven't you said set yet? And I was getting anxiety, and then we're up here. I'm not even participating. But we got section 3 coming up out of 4 in the women's 200 meter.
From Manchester, Adele Stenko. From Bluffton, Madeline Schieffer. From Rose-Hulman, Edikite Oludepupo. From Defiance, Lisa Marie Markow. And also from Rose-Hulman, Katrina Augustin. This should be a fun heat, a fun section.
Yeah, all of these girls are pretty fast and can go under the 30-second mark. They're all at that 28-second mark coming in to today. So it should be a close finish.
Clean start for all runners.
Go down the back stretch again, just one lap.
Now Markow is cooking there. Let's see if she can hold up. Now Blumpton.
Coming right at you.
Schleifer, yep.
Oh.
With the lean. Trying to get every last hundredth of a second that you can.
She gave it her all there.
She did. She did.
I feel like there's a lot of skin on the track right down there.
Sure there is.
We've lost a few runners at the finish line today. They've gone down quick.
Madeline Schleifer unofficially won that section, but we'll see how her time holds up. I would imagine that she's going to be somewhere in the hunt for that third spot.
We got section 4 in the final section of the 200 meter. We've got Zalea Martin.
Yeah, we do.
What a surprise.
Uh-huh.
Sophomore from Hanover. And then we've got Lindsay Harms from Earlham. Rose-Hulman's represented by Tina Rogers, a junior. And Callie Nolan, a senior from Transy, are the 4 participants in this heat, or section. Excuse me. With Lindsay Hermes, your Earlham sophomore, coming in with a time of 27.49, the fastest time. Seed time coming in to this race. So,
you want to know something interesting?
Always.
Zalea Martin did not win this last year. I don't even know if she. I'm not sure if she. I don't have all, the whole list of who participated, but she didn't get first, second, or third last year. I have a feeling she will this year.
Coming in, she is the 4th fastest of the 4 runners that are in this section. So we'll see if you are a wise man. The way she's been running earlier today, I would not have bet against her.
And the clean start. That's what we all want. Only 3 runners, so we missed that.
Yeah, apologize for that.
4 listed.
Somebody was scratched, and I can't tell who it was exactly. So that's your Rose-Hulman. Tina Rogers coming in with the top time. And you know what? You were right, Walt. She did finish in the top 3.
In this section, at least.
I believe it was Lindsay Hermes from Earlham that wasn't there.
Yes. Yes, I think you're right.
Callie Nolan ran a nice race. And Zalea Martin finished 3rd in that section.
Be interested to get the times here.
Yeah, have to listen to the PA announcer because he'll do it here in about 5 seconds.
Hey, we've got about 10 minutes.
Oh, you overestimated. Like 2.
It's scheduled to go off until 4:25. It's currently about 4:15. So, ladies, you got 10 minutes.
3,000. Well, go ahead.
Sorry, no, with 10 minutes until that 3,000 meter run.
200, we're going to need
Which is always a fun one, but a long one as well.
Yep.
Those three ladies to the award stand. Here are the award winners now, the top three in the women's shot put. Finishing in third place with a throw of 10.54 meters is Bluffton's Stephanie Fox. Runner-up this afternoon in the women's shot put, her throw 10.76 is Rose-Hulman senior Cassie Utley.
So they're announcing the shot put.
And your champion this afternoon, fine throw of 11.34 meters. She's from Hanover College, Jessica Beckman. Congratulations to our ladies in the shot put event.
So we don't want to forget the men. Well, they will be here tomorrow.
Right.
Doing the same thing. Competing in the conference championship.
Yes, they will.
Same time frame and everything, but you just saw the women's shot put won by Jessica Beckham of Hanover. Second place was Cassie Utley, excuse me.
Okay, here are the results.
Cassie, you're right.
Cassie, senior from Soft Rose, and then third was Stephanie Fox from Bluffton.
Kita Oladipupo of Rose-Hulman 6th. Manchester Adele Stanko of 5th. In 4th place, Bluffton's Madeline Schiffer at 28.72. Now here are your top three finishers for the ladies in the 200-meter dash this afternoon. Finishing in 3rd, Zaya Martin of Hanover, 28.61. Your runner-up this afternoon in the women's 200-meter dash, Kaylee Nolan of Transylvania, 27.88. And your champion this afternoon of the women's 200-meter dash, her time 27.44. She's a junior from Rose-Hulman, Christina Rogers.
Tina Rogers wins that 200-meter dash with a time of 27.44. A season best time for Tina.
I don't think the shot put results are in there. Are they in there? Okay, they're through the shot put then.
They're getting ready to give, I think, the team rankings through 15 events.
Top 5 teams then through the shot put competition and 200. In 5th place is Franklin at 41.5. 4th place is Bluffton at 47.5. In 3rd place, Hanover with 81 points. In 2nd right now with 110 is Manchester, and currently leading the women's competition with 2 events remaining, Rose-Hulman with 177.
Yeah, so
Rose-Hulman is going to be your Heartland Conference Championship for 2021. I think I'm pretty safe to say that.
I think so.
Women's 3,000-meter run in 7 minutes.
But we have 7 minutes, as you can hear, until we get the 3,000-meter run, and then we have one more event after that, the 4x400-meter run relay.
I think your call on Rose is safer than calling Arizona. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist myself. Ancient news, Troy.
That's right.
Still funny, though. Especially in hour number 4.
Yeah.
You know, we've been here since 1 o'clock on air and bringing the championships here. And obviously the conference a little better organized than we. Got our sea legs under us. Especially when we got the numbers.
That helped, yeah.
That was a big help to know who is who.
Appreciate Mr. Lanky and everything he does.
He's our MVP, I can tell you that.
So we got the 3,000 meter coming up. Well, then we should have about 14 runners. Give or take a couple scratches, perhaps, but that'll take just under 10 minutes is when the leading time should be for that race.
And there'll just be one section.
Yeah, so all 14 runners will be packed together, COVID-free, to start the race. And Kelsey Tyler comes in, a junior from Manchester, with the top seed time of 10 minutes 48 seconds and some change. Hannah Brubaker is second. Said her name a lot today from Manchester. And Rose-Hulman has a couple. They've got the third best time coming in is Kaea Johnson, junior. And they also have Taryn Perry competing, another junior. Cheyenne Bellingham from Earlham, Fiona Frost from Manchester, Leah Anders from Hanover, Miranda Billman from Bluffton, Arig Tong from Hanover, Jill Anspall from Franklin, Jania Freewalt from Bluffton, Taylor Wooten from Franklin, Callie Guthrie from Anderson, and Brianna Metcalf, a junior from Hanover. Round out your list of participants in the upcoming women's 3,000 meter run, which will take place at 4:25, so in approximately 3 minutes.
The penultimate event here, the indoor championships. This is my first time being a part of the indoors. I thoroughly enjoy it. I love track and field events, but thoroughly enjoy being a part of this this event today. Is Rose-Hulman with the opportunity to host. You know, once again, as Commissioner Jones mentioned, that wasn't the original plan. But once things moved around and conversations were had with university presidents and ADs, athletic directors, and you try to figure out who can host what championship.
Yeah, exactly.
Selected to host the women's and then the men's tomorrow. So
who can do it safely and all of that goes into it. We are happy that obviously the conference chose Rose-Hulman.
I don't know how many times Rose-Hulman is hosted, but it's just a good number.
I would think
between indoor and outdoor. Rose-Hulman is, of course, the outdoor is much more spread out. So I know our camera operators really appreciate having to cover half the distance. You know, the track is twice as large, and you have other space as well. It's really spread out during the outdoor championships. We'll see that in a number of weeks' time, but much more spread out. So, a lot more area to cover for our camera people.
Yeah, the indoor, it's obviously a much more confined space.
Yeah.
As we're getting ready here.
And the 3,000 meter is underway. I'm hearing May 1st as the date of the outdoor track and field championships right here.
3 months away.
Yeah.
I'll be here before you know it.
That's true. Can you believe we're getting ready to go into the third month of the year? Isn't that amazing? Time flies just seems like the older I get,
I don't know, I
faster
feel
time
like it's
goes.
the third year of 2020. I don't think we've. I don't. I know we're in the third month of 221, but it doesn't feel like it. Kind of. I think time stopped about a year ago, yeah. Or it doubled or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what it did. But. Did you see where the life expectancy of Americans went down a year?
I'm surprised it only went down a year. I'm being honest with that. I think that
story the other day
is a low estimate. I don't know how they came up with that, but I
don't either. But
I would imagine that, so.
But I would agree with it in the fact that 2020
I will say the
took
fact
a
that
lot out of all of us.
Yeah, if life expectancy only went down a year, that's a testament to the human race. I mean, we're pretty resilient boogers. You know what I mean? It's just
well, there's a lot of us out there, so we.
God.
We'll just stop right there. Watch these girls run around the track. So this is the 3,000 meter. One more event after that. Looks like Brianna Metcalf is number 61 there, leading the pack so far. Everyone's in striking distance at this point. So this race, Walt, is definitely one that you have to plan and decide when you're going to make your move.
Yes.
We talked about that in other races. But this one is, these long distance especially, do you have it in you to make a move and sustain that move whenever you decide to do it?
And I think there are multiple moves. When you look at some point, you'll see this pack start to separate. And you're starting to see that right now. You're starting to see the pack thin out, stretch out a little bit. So there'll be 3 or 4 runners at holding the pace. So there's that move, and then there'll be a move within the move over the last couple of laps or so. And then
down that last lap, right? That'll be another move.
So definitely, like you said, a lot of strategy. You wouldn't think about strategy and track going hand in hand, but there definitely is strategy. You got to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you're toast. You're gonna fizzle out.
And you see, we mentioned the Olympics earlier. A lot of times you'll see, man, those runners are so close to each other.
Yes, they
get,
are.
They'll get spiked and
like they're almost drafting
right
to each other. So close.
But that's all part of the planning, process and the studying of film and all. They, at that level, that you're doing all of
yes, absolutely.
the metrics and
everything
you can get a hold of to try to create an advantage or create a plan, as you mentioned, for success.
So the lead group is a lead group of 7 now that you're seeing on your screen coming at you right now, as they have separated from the remaining, and that group will split apart.
Most likely.
Kind of like biology, it's kind of like cell division.
Splitting some cells or atoms.
Those cells will divide
and only the strongest will survive.
Yeah.
And right now, this front group is pretty strong.
Not exactly sure exactly how many laps this is.
No, we don't. I believe it's 15 total, but
so
we don't see from our perch here. We can't see
which one we're on.
Right, you can't see the whiteboard.
That's what I was trying to say.
I lost count when we started talking about life expectancy, and I don't know what lap we're on. I apologize to everyone at home. But I can tell you that Brianna Metcalf has led every lap. I'm confident of that. She has looked strong.
So I would think the next couple of laps, this group of 7 will split into a front group and a trailing group. I don't know who's going to be in which group, but I would think it's going to split off into 3 or 4 in the front.
Maybe they like each other. Maybe they don't want to split up. Maybe they just want to stay together.
Well, they may not want to, but it's going to happen. It's inevitable. Yeah, Metcalf is really looking strong. You mentioned this whole race. Obviously not the only one, but she's been leading. You also have Kelsey Tyler from Manchester right there.
Yeah, Kelsey's been right there the whole time.
Eric Tong from Hanover right there.
And those are the two that we talked about making a move. Will they be able to stay with Brianna? Get through some lap traffic here.
Well, it's going to be interesting because you have obviously Metcalf and you have Tong.
Yeah, she did. Did you see that, Walt? You missed it. She got boxed in, and Kelsey Tyler took the lead. Brianna Metcalf got behind the slower runner. And now this is Kelsey's time to make the move. As she is pulling ahead.
By a considerable margin all of a sudden.
Yes.
What I was going to say is Metcalf and Tong, I would imagine, trained together. Both from Hanover.
Yeah, Tong has moved into second place. But Kelsey Tyler saw her opening with the slower runner up there, and that's when she had the strategy to take off and has not looked back at this point. She's coming down the front stretch.
Going to be interesting here to see if Manchester can fight their way up. Not sure if Brubaker is too far back with not enough laps to go, but you fight our way up to third spot. Manchester trying to get 2 of the top 3 place finishers. See if that can, that'll be something interesting to watch over the last few laps.
I think we have one more lap here. I think this is going to be the bell wrap.
Yeah.
For Kelsey.
Smith will be able to, I don't know if I say cruise, because she's going to want to keep up her pace and get the best time she can, but she just looks really strong, doesn't she?
She does. She's run a very smart race. Up to this point, and coming around the last turn down the home stretch.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be Hanover to get 2 out of the top 3. But they're not going to get the number 1 spot. Manchester has dominated the distance today, haven't they?
They have as Metcalf and Tong battle it out there for second and third. But the race belonged to Kelsey Tyler, the junior from Manchester, or excuse me. Yeah.
Manchester, yep.
Yeah.
Manchester might have just got pulled up 4 and 5. Spots 4 and 5. So I don't know if they got 4 and 5 or 4 and 6 to go along with number 1. So I don't know. We'll see what the official results will be once they're announced. Since, like I said, we talked about, can't see the board that is right below us.
But we do know there's one more event after this. It'll come up at 4:50. It's about
a fun one too.
Yeah, that's always fun. The 4x400 meter relay. A lot of track and field events that I've been to is, you know, that final event determines who's going to win.
That's right.
The team championship, but doesn't look like that's going to happen today, but it is always a fun event to watch.
But Manchester, to be sure, will close the gap as they will get a good number of points here from this event. They'll have, obviously, the top event of place with 10 points. Hanover will get 14 from spots 2 and 3, but then Manchester will also get either 4 and 5 or 4 and 6, so that'll be still some more points there.
Okay, those top 3 finishers, we need you at the award stand, please, for the presentation of awards for the women's 3,000 4x400 meter relay. It doesn't start for about 20 minutes, so just relax, take your time. You've got time to give some of those sprinters a little bit extra rest that may have been running the 200 a few minutes ago. But we will introduce the final results of the women's 3,000 here in just a couple minutes.
Kelsey Smith, the first across the line and the first to get over there to the awards podium as well.
Hey, she
got her rest already.
She knows how this drill works.
Boy. Last year, Manchester took first and second place in this event.
Okay, here are the final results now. That women's 3,000. Finishing 8th was Taylor Woot of Franklin, 11:49. Kaya Johnson of Rose-Hulman 7th at 11:40. Shanna Bellingham of Earlham was 6th, 11:31. Fiona Frost of Manchester 5th at 11:31:29. In 4th place was Manchester's Hannah Brubaker, 11:27:18. Now here are the top 3 finishers in that women's 3,000 meter run. In 3rd place, Hanover Junior Brianna Metcalf, 11:18:06. In 2nd place, also from Hanover with a time of 11:17:78, Eric Kahn. And the winner this afternoon of the women's 3,000 meter run, she's a junior from Manchester, 11:10:97 was her time this afternoon, Kelsey Tyler. Congratulations, Kelsey. Great afternoon. Okay, team scores now. Like I said, the 4x4 is a few minutes away. The team scores heading into that final event. In 10th place is Mount St. Joe. In Defiance is 9th. In 8th place is Transylvania with 28 points. Anderson 7th with 32. In 6th place is Earlham with 41. They follow Franklin by just a point and a half. Franklin's 5th at 42.5 points. Bluffton also within 5 points of Franklin. They're 4th at 47.5 points. Hanover is 3rd with 95. Manchester is 2nd with 129. And currently leading the women's competition with one event left. Rose-Hulman ladies with 179. And there are those scores now updated on the video board.
So the updated standings of the places 1, 2, 3 is still Rose, Manchester, and Hanover. The point totals have changed a little bit. Manchester got a good number of points for this last event.
We are the first school or first conference in the United States in Division III to host an indoor championship this year. We're only one of 7 conferences that did not cancel. And that's hats off to our administrators, our coaches, our great commissioner, Jay Jones, and a lot of support staff throughout the conference, that's for sure. So be proud of that, ladies. Be proud of the fact that we're competing this afternoon and we're enjoying a championship event. And we want to wish our guys the best of luck tomorrow. I know you're all heading home tonight.
You heard the announcement there, Troy. Just
Come back down here with the men. So
Heartland Conference exemplary. Just lead the pack, you know. Just only 7 Division III conferences across the nation did not cancel their spring sports, and we're the first to have championships here in the spring. So like we talked about earlier, a lot of eyes will be on the HCAC to see, you know, how it's copycat is not the right word, but other teams, conferences, and institutions get inspired by the success of others. So I would imagine there'll be some other conferences looking at it and say, hey, wait a minute, HCAC was able to do this. I think we could do that too. So not to say someone for the last minute will put something on, but just going forward, I think that the success here today, and this definitely is a success, but the success here today will help spur on and help give confidence to conferences going on in the future as we go in through the spring and the summer and go to start our fall programs in 2021 in just 5 short months. We'll step aside for a quick break here as we get closer to the 4x4 meter relay, the last event here at the championships. You're watching the HCAC Indoor Track and Field Championships right here on the Indiana Sports Network.
Chili's first because
Chili's
it's
the star.
like the star of it.
And then cheese is just there to be like,
I'm gonna lift you up.
It would be nothing without the Fritos and the cheese.
And cheese is like the hype man. Sonic Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap. I got you.
Yeah.
So what do we do before we cross the street?
We look for ways for cars.
No cars. All right, let's go.
But Daddy, why do you have to hold my hand?
To keep you safe. That's why we look for cars. I'm watching out for danger to keep you safe.
Daddy, who watches out for you?
Protect your family and loved ones with Micah Bonomo.
H&R Block is your tax preparation service experts, no matter how you file. Sue Jones and Associates offer all tax preparation and all the tax services you need, not only at tax time, but throughout the year. Get your hometown tax help from Sue Goshen's H&R Block, located in Brazil, across from the courthouse.
Burger or grilled cheese?
Grilled cheese.
Burger.
I want the crispy tenders and the tots. It's patty. Really fresh. I'm gonna try to chow this thing down before I get to the wrapper. Sonic Wacky Pack.
At Lynn's Pharmacy, we're more than just your pharmacist. We're your neighbors.
Our kids go to the same schools.
We eat at the same restaurants.
We sit next to you in church.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I fill a prescription.
When I offer advice, I'm not just helping a customer. I'm helping my neighbor and a friend. My name is Lynn Hofstadter, and I'm the proud owner of Lynn's Pharmacy, a modern pharmacy with old-fashioned values and personal service dedicated to keeping you, your family, and our community healthy since 1872.
Here at Lynn's Pharmacy, downtown Brazil.
Four years ago, I drove my daughter to Riddell National Bank, where she opened her savings account. Today, she's still saving money. My relationship with Riddell is better than ever, too. No other bank focuses on relationships as much as they do. I can count on them for small business loans when I need them. Riddell National Bank helps small business owners and their families grow, both financially and personally. Riddell National Bank, making friends since 1885.
At ServPro, we offer cleaning services, including the removal of biohazard containments. We have the specialized training and products to get your property back to business. We are here to help get your business back to normal. ServPro in the Wabash Valley, here to help.
It could be anyone. The star student, the all-state athlete. I never thought it could happen to me, that I could lose everything. I found help, I found hope, I found recovery. I regained something lost.
At Union Health, we understand that early detection of breast cancer saves lives. That's why the Clara Fairbanks Center for Women offers the most advanced breast cancer detection available. Tomosynthesis 3D breast imaging. This state-of-the-art technology pinpoints breast cancer at its earliest stages when it's most curable. For you, that means earlier detection. For us, that means being able to give you peace of mind in your health care. To schedule your mammogram, call 812-238-7766. Union Health. Healthier together.
Get a fresh start at York Chevy Buick on US Highway 40 in Brazil. We have fresh discounts on Chevy Silverado up to $10,000 off. Chevy Trax, $87 per month. Buick Encore, $117 per month. Or Chevy Equinoxes up to $6,500 off. It's a new year. Get a new ride at YorkChevy.com. Stop by today and we'll show you why we're not number one, you are.
We're not number one.
You are.
You're number one at York.
Just a few short moments away from the final event here, the 4x400 meter relay, Troy, that should be a very exciting event. We'll have two sections of this event, and obviously the teams with the best time will be given medals at first, second, and third spot. So we give a spot on the podium.
We got Defiance, Anderson, and Hanover in this first section. So it's a 4x400. So we'll have four different runners from each school.
And just a reminder that we'll be right back here tomorrow, 1 p.m. with 12:45 a pregame show. And the men's championships will begin at 1 p.m. precisely. Not approximately, precisely.
That's
very timely. I just
very timely.
Absolutely love it. And here we are.
Here comes the beginning is right below us, so we can't actually see it.
Okay, let's clear the track. It is the first section of the women's 4x4 in their blocks. We need the track clear, please.
Runners are in their blocks. See the starter right to the top of the screen.
You know, we've had mostly clean starts. I think we had, Do we have any false starters to our track? Did we have one, maybe?
We had one to the mile.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's what it was.
And she got a 15-yard penalty. I had to go back. But that's been about it. It's been a very smooth event. Maybe a couple baton relay issues, but
no drops though.
But no, nothing major. And kudos to all the teams today.
As long as you don't drop that baton. Of course, that's not the only mistake that could be made, but you definitely don't want that to happen. I know it takes a lot of work to practice that baton pass that we're getting ready to see here in a moment.
Anderson and
now all three teams are on their second leg. With this second section, Troy, once you get down to the last couple of legs, it's going to get loud in here, isn't it?
It is.
It's going to have a lot of ladies down there cheering each other on. It's going to be fun. You can hear now starting to ramp up even in this section.
Not many people here, obviously, just participants and officials and coaches, but yeah, it's going to get fun.
I would imagine
exciting.
Last year it was loud.
It was loud. I do remember
a lot of echoing, and a lot of, that would be, you know, that seemed like that would be pretty
part
fun.
of the indoor experience, especially here, Rose-Hulman.
Hopefully the next time there's an indoor meet, A, be able to have fans, and B, I can be a part of it in some way.
So you got Hanover and Anderson neck and neck here in this first section of the 4x4. Now Hanover's taking a little bit of a lead.
And Defiance still running hard.
Yeah. Some pink shoelaces coming down. Bright pink. Neon.
Right.
You can see that.
That's right. Hanover's going to have they're going to post a decent time, Troy. They are going to post a decent time.
They are.
We've already seen a couple of races where you've had, you know, some individuals that, you know, don't come with the best seed time, but some people are just big game racers, you know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting to see where Hanover places in the grand scheme of things, because they've looked pretty good.
The conference record is 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Wow.
Set back in 2015 by Rose-Hulman. I don't think they're going to get 4:09, but they're going to get, well, today's, we should see about a 4:28, somewhere in that mark as far as the winning team
That's a good exact number, 4:28.
Well, I'm just going off the seeding. I'm not just pulling that number out of my head, but the top team coming in is Rose-Hulman, right at that 4:28 time mark.
Maybe tomorrow we can, don't know what kind of capability we would have for this, but it'd be pretty awesome if we had a camera posted on the infield tomorrow that had a shot of the scoreboard, just a static camera that we could go to. Not sure if that's possible or not, but the great sportsmanship there. All the other teams pulling for Defiance to finish the race, finish strong.
Yeah, always seen a lot of good sportsmanship today.
Absolutely.
Okay, section 2, final event on the track. Coaches once again will meet immediately following this race, vote on the special awards, and then we'll present those in the team championship, and we'll get you back on the road. Women's 4x400 meters.
So section 2 of these time finals, we have Earlham, Transylvania, Rose-Hulman, Manchester, and Franklin. So those 5 schools. We have Earlham in lane 2, Transylvania in 3, Rose-Hulman in 4, Manchester 5, and Franklin 6. And again, Rose-Hulman coming in with the top seed time of
a sizable gap there too.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Of course, that means nothing. You got to put it on the track and then do it when it counts. That being right now. So, it'll be interesting here. Final race, Troy.
Final race in what's been a fantastic day.
Very smooth.
Track and field action here.
I hope I haven't hurt your back too much for you having to carry me today.
Just try to keep up with Flash Gordon over here. If I wasn't so tired, I would, take you on a race afterwards.
You try. It's interesting, that last turn, you see a collection of student athletes.
Yes, I know. They're all kind of gathering around for this last event.
Which is, you'll see that in the outdoors as well. And so it's kind of a fun thing that we've got to see.
Here we go. Been called on their mark by the official.
And there you see some of those athletes there as we get ready to start this event.
Yeah, those are some of the volunteers that have been working the shot put and long jump and the whatnot.
Second section of the women's 4x4 meter relay.
And Rose-Hulman in the middle of your screen, starting off very fast.
Absolutely.
Building a nice lead as we come into turn 1 of the second lap.
Transy and Franklin right behind.
Transy staying in second place. Lead is about 8 strides. See if Rose-Hulman's obviously got to get a good handoff.
There it is. That's a nice handoff too. Nice handoff.
Nice and smooth.
And this second leg is really important. Now, of course, all of them are extremely important. But you see Rose is really widening this lead.
Yeah, they've
here on this lap.
About doubled the lead.
Of course, with the second lap to see if it'll hold or if it'll shrink a little bit. We'll see. But this is some long strides for this young lady here. Very smooth strides for Rose-Hulman.
And different teams have different strategies. Obviously, majority of the teams will put their fastest runner at the last leg. But sometimes you'll put them at the third leg as well, or first. It just kind of depends on the team chemistry. And
some people start really well. You want your best starter. Well, a late handoff, wasn't it?
It did appear to be a little bit of a late, but a smooth handoff for Rose, and they keep that lead. As they come down to the third leg, they, I should say, keep extending that lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic time.
It's going to be an easy victory at this point, as long as they don't stumble or
stranger things
drop the baton, as you said.
Things happen. So I think that was at Earlham in the second place there.
I believe so. It's hard to, I know it's hard to describe the distance, but probably a quarter of the track lead for Rose-Hulman.
And a safe baton toss, or not toss, but transfer, exchange. Gosh, definitely not a toss. I'm sorry, folks.
And it is Earlham is in second.
Yeah.
A distant second.
The young lady that is the anchor for Manchester, Stanko. I'll be interested to see where she finishes, because she can motor.
And Rose-Hulman is motoring around. There they are. She's in the back stretch of her final lap. Second place just now across the finish line.
Manchester's going to get second, Troy. They're going to get second. Manchester's going. She's going to catch her. Watch this. She's going to catch her.
Yeah, that's the race.
Yeah, there she goes. She's going faster right second. Now. Boy, oh boy. She's got some wheels on her. But Rose-Hulman, just a dominant performance in this relay. Dominant performance in this relay. Here comes Manchester, striding in the second place. Earlham hanging on for third. Manchester, a strong performance today, Troy. A really, really strong performance. Finished third last year. Finished second in the team standings this year.
And Walt, I just lost internet connection. Of course.
Earlham, Manchester, and Rose-Hulman in the board stand, please.
As we try to get the final meet results.
Boy.
And there they are.
Yeah, this is a...
There's no suspense as to...
Go ahead, finish your thought there. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to let the PA announcer now do the results for the 4x4. So we'll do the top 3 podium finishers for the final time.
Ladies, if you would please, on the awards podium, you are third. Doyer, Stern, Bellingham, and Mano, 435.73. And in second place, Manchester College, Bowens, Young, Chunk, and Stanko, 433.21. And the champions of the women's 4x400 meter relay, the team from Rose-Hulman, Emily Peterson, Dara Smith, Lois Cheatham, and Christina Rogers, 420.55. Congratulations, ladies.
Won by roughly 13 seconds, Troy. Rose-Hulman, dominant performance, that 420. I talked about Hanover. I told you after Hanover ran, they'll be right there neck and neck for that third spot. They did finish in fourth, but by 7/100ths of a second. They were so close.
Rose-Hulman, gather over the pole vault pit, please. Coaches, we need you here now for the awards voting.
So now the coaches will meet to determine some special awards. Obviously, we know, and as I was saying prior to the 4x4 awards, that there was no suspense.
Right, there's no suspense at all. Yeah, there was no suspense in that.
In the team final, Rose-Hulman will capture the 2021 HCAC Indoor Women's Track and Field Championship with total points of 189. Manchester comes in second at 137. And Hanover is third with 100. Followed by Bluffton, Earlham fifth, Franklin is sixth, Anderson seventh, Transylvania 8th, Defiance 9th, and Mount St. Joseph rounds out in 10th in the team awards. So a dominant day overall by Rose-Hulman.
Absolutely.
And their female athletes. And I was trying to see, so Hanover won last year.
Rose second,
Rose
Manchester third.
Rose won in 2018 and 19. But I believe, Walt, this is the largest point total, 189.
I was wondering.
That's what it appears from my quick research, is that 189 points is the most any team, any championship team has scored here in this conference final. So congratulations once again to Rose. So yeah, they will give out the most valuable track athlete, most valuable field athlete, newcomer of the year, and coach of the year.
I have an idea who the field athlete will be. I don't know if I'm not going to say who I think it'll be, but I have an idea who the most valuable field athlete will be. So we'll see, if I'm right or if my hunch. Of course, if I don't tell anybody who I think it is, then I can be right.
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 That's how that works.
I knew it all the time.
Yeah.
So. But the most valuable runner,
we will find out.
It'll be interesting to see who the most valuable runner will be. One thing that I'm wondering, I don't know if Nosa Igihan did she run track last year, or did she only do basketball?
What?
Did Nosa Igihan, did she only do basketball this year, or did she do basketball?
Well, she would not have done indoor track for sure, because she did basketball.
So, but did
I don't know if she did track
outdoor,
in the spring.
then I wouldn't think that she could get newcomer of the year. Would she be able to? If she did outdoor.
Right. That's a big if.
I don't know that.
If she didn't, and this is her first season doing track, she has got to be a top candidate for newcomer.
It doesn't say newcomer, it says freshman.
No,
she's not a freshman.
It's newcomer. It says newcomer.
Well, on here, okay.
I don't know what you're looking at.
I was looking at the HCAC website. That's what I was looking at. Well, they said, I don't care what.
You got to look at what Kevin Lanke gives you.
That's yeah, you're right. I should know by now.
But you can see the coaches there now they're tallying the votes for these 4 awards. Again, most valuable track athlete, most valuable field athlete, newcomer of the year, and coach of the year. Larry Cole is the head coach of the Rose-Hulman. Rachel Sharp was coach of the year last year for Hanover. Larry Cole was 18 and 19. I gotta assume Larry will pick it up again this year as the Rose-Hulman has claimed the team championship. This is the longest delay for the award stands we've had all day.
Everything, man. Hey, it takes a little time.
It does. I'm not complaining.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, coaches and officials, let's go ahead and present now the special awards this evening for the field event athlete of the meet, track event athlete of the meet, coaches of the year, and also the newcomer of the year. First of all, the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference Field Event Athlete of the Week from the meet goes to Nosa Piggy Bomb, Rose-Hulman.
Those,
like I thought.
Oh, you didn't say it.
I know it, but I thought it.
Nosa
That
won
counts.
the high jump,
Well deserved.
triple jump this afternoon. She also was the winner of the 60-meter hurdle. So
Won 3
congratulations
events.
to Nosa.
They're in this indoor.
There she
Long,
is.
triple, and
Long jump, triple jump, and
Go ahead. Right up with it.
you see the pandemic handshake, which is not a handshake at all. That's so funny.
the air handshake.
That's right.
Was there. Very nice award that she gets to
It is a very nice award.
take home.
Track athlete of the year. She won the 5,000 meters and won the 3,000 meters, also placing out of the
For Manchester Smith.
and that would be Manchester College's Kelsey Tyler.
Tyler, I'm sorry, not Smith. Tyler.
Kelsey Tyler from Manchester picking up the most valuable track athlete. She had a great event, or a great meet today.
Absolutely.
Okay, great meet.
That's what I said.
Congratulations. The HCAC newcomer of the year, that is the newcomer freshman, whoever it might be, that scored the most points.
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard him say, yeah, newcomer freshman. Or freshman. But that doesn't mean it's got to be a freshman.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Congratulations to Rokiak.
Rokiak Adeyemi for Rose-Hulman. And she is indeed a freshman, which also makes her a newcomer. Doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does.
Hey, man, I'm just going by their
Well
website.
deserved again. Rose-Hulman picks up
This year,
2 out of the 3.
we have a special situation for our women's coach track coach of the year. Not only did the team win today and merit of just a fantastic job on the track and in the field, but also this meet doesn't happen today without the great work of Larry Cole. He pushed the conference to make sure that we went forward. He worked with his administration all the way up to the presidential level to make sure we could get in this facility. And I can't say as commissioner enough thanks for the work that Larry's done. But he also, without a doubt, earned Coach of the Year in the track and field. So our Coach of the Year this year for indoor track and field, Larry Cole.
Coach Cole picking up a well-deserved track and field Coach of the Year award. As Commissioner said, a lot of work.
Our staff as well, And now the team scores are no longer up there, but I'll go ahead and read them. Finishing in 10th place was Mount St. Joe. Defiance was 9th. Transylvania 8th. Anderson 7th. In 6th place with 46.5 points was Franklin. Very close. Earlham edges out Franklin for 5th place by half a point. And then Bluffton edges out Earlham by half a point for 4th place. So the team scores went 46.5, 47, and 47.5. So great competition there in the middle of the pack. In 3rd place was the ladies from Hanover at 100. Manchester finished 2nd at 137 points. And the 2021 Women's HCAC Indoor Track and Field Champions with 189 points. The ladies from Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology. Congratulations, ladies. Seniors, we need you to come up and accept the award from Commissioner Jones.
So you see the Rose-Hulman engineer seniors coming to accept their championship trophy, and that is a very nice. Going to be a very nice addition to the trophy case.
Yes.
Right down the hallway here.
That's right. I look forward to seeing that.
Man, that's sharp. Whew.
Quite a few seniors. It's hard to tell when they each do individual events, but 11 seniors there representing the year 2021 HCAC Women's Indoor Track and Field Team Champion, the Rose-Hulman Engineers.
Okay, stay right there because your teammates are coming.
And the rest of the squad now,
Cool.
huh? What a day.
It's kind of like the U.S. Olympics when the hockey guys turn and the rest of the team comes on the podium. But yes, a dominant day really for Rose-Hulman.
You know, what I was going to say, but also, what a day for the conference. The Heartland Conference, quite frankly, Troy, leading the pace for Division III athletics for this spring. Showing what can be done, and just, boy, this is a great day, a great weekend for the conference. So you see Rose-Hulman on your screen with their posing for their championship pictures with the championship trophy, the 2021 Indoor Track and Field Championship Trophy.
And the championship T-shirt they're all wearing.
Yes.
Don't forget that.
So you can find all the results on Keepers. Everything will be posted on our website, and we'll see you guys.
So just a fine day, Troy, as we finish up our broadcast here. A fine day. Rose, obviously, with the championship. Manchester, a strong performance in second with over 130 points. And just a strong day overall for a lot of these fine athletes.
Yeah, you know, great sportsmanship, great competition from top to bottom. And, you know, they had so much fun. They're going to do it again tomorrow.
They are. Yeah.
With the men coming into Rose-Hulman and competing for the 2021 Indoor Track and Field Championship for the conference. So it's going to be exciting, but yes, a dominant day for Rose-Hulman and a fun day overall for the conference. And kudos to everyone involved on making it a great event for all of these student athletes.
It starts with the top, that being the Commissioner Jay Jones and his staff providing the leadership for the conference, and the conference setting the pace for the nation for Division III in the NCAA as a whole. That'll conclude our broadcast for today of this fine event, the 2021 Indoor Championship.
Go back in time.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you. Farm Bureau Insurance with Micah Bonomo, Goshen H&R Block, Hamilton Center, the Lens Pharmacy, Riddell National Bank, ServPro, Sonic Drive-In, Union Health, and York Automotive. York is our transportation sponsor. For each and every broadcast, they have locations in Brazil, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, and Plainfield. Our camera operators today, Jace Harper, Kanan Harper, Paige Lockmiller. Our director and producer, Mr. Tony Harper. We're produced and copyrighted by Indiana Sports LLC, Indiana Sports Network LLC. Don't forget tomorrow, folks. 1 p.m. will start the event, but 12:45 will be our pregame show. Right back here at Rose-Hulman for the Men Indoor HCAC Championships. For my partner Troy Fears, I'm Walter Gordon saying good night, God bless. We'll see you tomorrow right here from Rose-Hulman.